societies. So I am very glad that you are here today. Our discussion is being streamed on all the media I mentioned. That's why we are doing it in English, because we are also talking to Polish, Hungarian, Romanian audience and the Slovak audience. So this is also being streamed on Daily SME. It's my pleasure to welcome three distinguished colleagues. Vladimír Šnídl, he is a reporter of Deník N, and he has been covering misinformation for several years, even at the time when it wasn't that fancy and trendy to deal with it. Blanka Zöldi, she is the editor-in-chief of Lakmusz. It's a site, it's a fact-checking site, and you can imagine that in Hungary, where the government is the biggest disseminator of misinformation, they really have quite a lot of work, daily work to do. Martin Hodás, he is a tech and also disinformation reporter who I think for several months he's already contributing to Daily SME, and he's really trying to keep his finger on the pulse of misinformation in Slovakia. So please welcome, and we will be starting with a presentation which our colleague will show us about why basically the Slovak population is so vulnerable to Kremlin-based propaganda. So Vladimír, the stage is yours, and we can sit here so that we are also following the presentation.
So thank you for this opportunity. First, please be patient with my level of English. Let's call it Erasmus English. And secondly, my presentation is in Slovak, but is mostly about the pictures and screenshots, and these are universal. So I will just briefly summarize why especially Slovakia is so vulnerable about the Russian propaganda, even more vulnerable than, for example, Hungary, and even more vulnerable than Czech Republic. This is the survey from Globsec, when they ask people in Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary and Slovakia who is responsible for the war in Ukraine. And there were the three options. Russia is responsible, Ukraine is responsible, and West is responsible. And you can see that just 40% of Slovak society said that Russian is responsible, that they named the aggressor responsible. Even in Hungary, it was more, and we don't have to talk about Czech Republic and Poland. So, and opposite, 51% of Slovak people thinks that victim or those who help victim are responsible for the war, or by other words, 50% of Slovak people is repeating Russian propaganda. Russian propaganda that not aggressor, but victim or those who help victim are responsible. And I would try to summarize how this happened. What is difference between Slovakia and, for example, Czech Republic? Because we were the one state, but also this surveys looks that we are a bit different. So the first difference is in national tradition, that Slovakia has in its national revival tradition of Russophilia. So, and this is like obligation content in Slovak schools. So Slovak students, Slovak pupils from the elementary school learn in their school about the Slovak national revival, that Russia is for Slovakia something what will save us from everything, and that you know, all these narratives that Russia is oak and so on, people or young people learn in school and is obligatory content. Czech Republic does not have this tradition from 19th century, because they have offers and writers who visited Russia even in 19th century, and they lost their Russophilia. So this tradition is first reason. Second, Slovakia has very strong sentiments towards communist regime. It's even stronger than, for example, in Czech Republic, than Poland, even probably than Hungary. So many Slovaks, when they listen to about communist regime, they imagine this regime like this. It was the happy time when the state was creating blocks of flat and people were happy. And this is the survey from 2019, when they asked people in Czech Republic and people in Slovakia about their sentiment towards the communist regime. And you can see that just one third of Slovak people consider communist regime as a bad. In Czech Republic, it was more than 50%. And also, according to the surveys, Slovak people are big fans of conspiracy theories. Only Bulgarian has the similar numbers. So when you ask, for example, when in surveys you offer to people some narratives, for example, if you believe that the world is ruled by secret elites, more than 50% of Slovaks says yes, world is ruled by secret elites that want to create some totalitarian regime. All other states in Central Europe are better in this way. So, and when to this environment, or when such environment is hit by Russian propaganda, then that is not a surprise, these numbers that you saw. So Slovakia for more than 10 years is target of Russian propaganda that in Slovakian disinformation media work people who were already before the war in close contact with Russian state agencies. Even one of the co-author of one of Slovakia disinformation media was caught by military secret service as he was receiving money from Russian military attaché. So Slovak disinformation ecosystem is linked with Russian state for more than 10 years. And the game changer became social media. Now, in Slovakia, especially Facebook and maybe TikTok and maybe YouTube is the biggest arena of Russian propaganda. So the most important channels for spreading Russian propaganda are the channels that have impact in social media. And nowadays, it's not we don't talk only about disinformation media, but we talk about the concrete Slovak politicians. Now, the most important channels of pro-Russian propaganda are videos and Facebook accounts of Robert Fico, of other politicians who repeat Russian propaganda, and via Facebook, and not only via Facebook, also via media, via TV discussions, this Russian propaganda gets to the hundreds of thousands people. And now I will show you what many people in Slovakia saw before the war started. Because since I cover disinformation topics, I led myself to add to all these Facebook groups where are Slavianophiles, anti-vaxxers, people who believe in conspiracy theories. So in my newsfeed, in my personal newsfeed, for years and years I see the same content that for example, people who vote for Robert Fico or Andrej Danko and other pro-Russian politicians. So for example, what I saw in my feed. This is the article from 2016. In 2016, I already saw narratives or messages that the West wants to destroy this. That the West wants to destroy Russia. This is one of the core of Russian propaganda. Not we are aggressor. West is aggressor. We just protect our interest. We just defend ourselves. This is the core of Russian propaganda, and these narratives of Russian propaganda were spread several years via Slovak Facebook. For example, in this case, this is the article from disinformation media called Hlavné správy, or Slobodný vysielač is like internet propaganda broadcasting. And for example, this article was just translated from the Russian website with the same title. So they just took Russian article. Západ nakoniec skázal pravdu, on хочет уничтожения любой расы. They translated it in Slovak, published it in Slovak Facebook, and thousands of people spread such articles. And this is another topic, or another way how people, or some people from Facebook, saw this war. That several years before the war started, several years before 2022, for several times I saw in my feed such maps. Then don't trust media when they tell you that Russia is aggressor. Look how Americans surrounded Russia, how Americans surrounded Russia by their military bases, how NATO surrounded Russia by military bases. Here you can see who is the real aggressor. What it means? When the war started in February 2022, and media told them that Russia is aggressor, many people who took information from social media did not believe, because already before they saw the real truth, that look, who is the real aggressor? And Russia is just defending itself. And for example, when I see these maps in my Facebook, I little bit like geography. So I look, for example, I look in these countries where supposed to be military bases of NATO or United States. For example, I see the flags in Kazakhstan. I see the flags in Kyrgyzstan. And I would be very interested where in Kazakhstan or where in Kyrgyzstan are American military bases. So true is that most of these flags are just fiction. Okay? So these are this is the real map of military bases of United States in Asia or in the world. And in some of these countries, like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, not America has or had military bases, but Russia has military bases. So this is the world, how the people in Facebook sees it, and this is the real world. But many people took the information from Facebook, so for them this is reality. And another issue that in Slovakia is very strong pro-Russian sentiment, but most of the people have never been in Russia. They consider Russia according to what they see in American social media. So for them, Russia is this magnificent country, military superpower, and a strong leader that will protect us against all these Western deviance, against gender, against everything. And this is the survey from 2021, so 1 year before the war started. Again, when people in several Central European countries got the question how you find Putin, either positive or negative, only in Bulgaria was bigger percentage that consider Putin positive. The second one again was Slovakia. more than more than 50% of Slovakia found Putin positive. And you can see, for example, difference with Czech Republic, it was just 25%, and difference with Poland. Only exots in Poland found Putin positive. In Slovakia, more than 50%. So this is the reason why this is the reason why you can see in, for example, Robert Fico speeches the Russian propaganda, because also Robert Fico knows these numbers. Robert Fico and other politicians know how Slovak society is pro-Russian, and they just adjust to this sentiment. And not only Fico. In Slovak politics, there is the competition between the politics who show themselves as the friend of Russia. So it's not only Fico, there is really competition. You could see that even neo-Nazi Kotleba had in his billboards that we are against war with Russia. Now the successors of Kotleba's party called Republika, the same that leader of the leader of Republika party has had the banner that he's the most pro-Slavic MEP that is against anti-Russian hysteria. Andrej Danko, he was talking to his voters that that nobody can prohibit him to visit Russia. And probably you know the biggest fan of Russia, Luboš Blaha. So, as I said, is even the competition between Slovak politics who will target this pro-Russian audience, and is multiplicated this propaganda because they repeat also Russian propaganda. Okay, and that's all.
Thank you so much. Please join me on the stage. I will just give some practical information. We will give space to the audience to ask questions, but those who are watching us online, they can use Slido at hashtag EFT24. And I will gradually check the questions and incorporate them to our discussion. And just a couple comments after listening to Vladimir's presentation. That I recall probably 5 years ago that each newsroom had someone who was assigned to fact check and debunk propaganda, and we thought that it's a good service. And I realized that after all those years, we basically cannot continue that type of gradual debunking because the public space is just flooded. And so a lot of media, not only in Slovakia, is struggling with the balance. How much of the disinformation from public space to correct, because media that way might lose their ability to gatekeep information. Because if you are jumping all the time and trying to fix and correct all the misinformation that you assume people come across, then probably you lose your ability to set the stories and tell the audience that this is the story that really matters. And I really have to say that some of the misinformation that are spreading in the society, it doesn't indicate only the revolution of the stupid. So sometimes quite intelligent and quite educated people basically believe things that people who are informed and follow standard and fact-checking media find ridiculous. Just yesterday, my colleague Jana Kresanko-Dybáková, who is a political reporter, she told me that like a massive wave of disinformation stating that in Slovakia Canadian salad implanted with chips is being circulated by shops. And basically you find it ridiculous, but if you imagine that we are not talking about hundreds of people, but thousands of people and maybe more, that is really concerning. So I would like to go back to the point where Vladimir's presentation ended and ask my colleague Martin to perhaps address the situation what Vlado already described, that in Slovakia there is a whole political group which is sponging on misinformation, and they realize that the only way to get back to power is to address these vulnerable parts of the society and to use misinformation as a tool. So how parties who are now in power use this misinformation before elections, and how it impacted the position some of the misinformation sites? Because we might remember that during COVID, Slovakia even reached to banning or switching off for some time some of these Russian-supported misinformation sites which spread information that was dangerous to public health. Martin.
Thank you. So basically, there's a lot of parties right now, especially now in the government, which use the disinformation narratives as part of their communication and as part of their election campaigns, essentially. So, as Vlad already mentioned, there is a big part of society that is prone to fall for these misinformation narratives. So they take the opportunity and use it to their favor. Now, if I say generally, like how the Russian propaganda or malign influence works, is the point is to metaphorically steer the ship towards Russia. Now, how you want to do that? You need your elected officials to make the decisions that eventually will favor Russia, or let's say relationships between the country and Russia. Now the modus operandi of Russian propaganda is that they first need to make the public vulnerable to kind of be able to believe to all that crazy stuff, basically. Because if the public if they wouldn't believe that, then even if the politicians would be elected and they would be making those decisions favoring Russia, then in the next election cycle they could be voted out, and the whole Russian operation would be meaningless. They would need to start again. So now that already there's an environment where people are willing to believe these narratives, the politicians simply pragmatically take that into their favor, and they build their campaigns and communication on these misinformation narratives, and whatever that is, either Russian propaganda or some own narratives against oppositions and so on.
Maybe we could look at, Vlado, how some of these disinformation sites are being now legitimized by the politicians, and partly why they are doing so, and maybe to give our audience an idea what these sites live from, or how they are able to survive.
When I have some discussions, for example, in universities, I'm especially happy when I'm invited to the psychologist faculties, because the best education for understanding disinformation and why disinformation work is psychology. Whenever I am in front of students, I write two words: confirmation bias. Confirmation bias. And I tell to students, remember this, and you will understand many people, even people in your family, even people among your friends. So, what I want to say, why people believe, or when people will start believe and spread disinformation, when this disinformation confirm their opinions, and when politicians see that they have pro-Russian society, they just confirm their opinion. And that's why it's so difficult to discuss with these people, because when you gave them some debunk or some argument that will not fit, they will not believe, because it's not confirmed their opinion. So it's about psychology that politicians use this, they use emotions, because another issue is that when we are scared, our brain does not work. So when skilled politicians do this, and they confirm their opinion and pro-Russian sentiment.
But also these sites, we are talking about disinformation sites, I just don't want to call them media, they also need to survive somehow. So how do they make their living, or how they are able to pay their employees? Let's not talk about journalists.
So first of all, the financial background of disinformation media is not transparent. So it's really hard to track where the money is coming from. You can have some some reasonable suspicious that portion of it, in some cases, is coming from Russia. You have some evidence-based cases, like the one mentioned already, where the military deputy was, military attaché was literally bribing one of the disinformation writers. And but mostly what is presented publicly by those outlets is that they are trying to get the financial support directly from the people, from the readers, and it's presented like the battle against the mainstream media and everyone else who is financially backed by big corporations or publishing houses and advertisement. So they, on the outside, they mostly rely on the gifts, financial gifts from the viewers. But we don't know exactly what is happening on the background, and that's really that dangerous part of it.
But also my colleague from SME looked at the numbers and viewership of these sites, and again, as Martin very rightly said, it's very difficult to see confirmed data. But we found out that after the parliamentary elections, the visits of these sites increased, and basically these sites are also more visible in the public space, because our government basically legitimizes them in a way that, for example, at press conferences, or Robert Fico or Robert Kaliňák, who is our defense minister right now, they don't answer questions from the Daily SME or Denník N or Aktuality, but they would go and appear on the shows of some of these fake news and misinformation sites, and that basically, as Vlado explained, that sends out the signal to the audience that if the interior minister or the prime minister considers that channel legit enough to appear on the show or to respond to those questions, so probably their content should be relevant for me. And maybe just one last information for our international audience, that our culture minister, Martina Šimkovičová, basically worked for a pro-Russian television channel, Slovan, before she became a minister. And but now I would pass on to Blanka, and she will give us an overview about the whole Hungarian misinformation universe, which is even more complicated than in Slovakia, because as I mentioned right at the beginning, that the Orban-built propaganda machine is almost entirely built on deformed reality of the society. Blanka.
Yeah, thank you, Beata, for the introduction. And hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. Just again, if you haven't heard yet about our fact-checking website, it is called Lakmusz. We work in Hungary for the past 3 years, funded by a European Union project. And we are actually kind of a sister website of 444, which is involved in this big cooperation that we call TEFI. So, yeah, as Beata was saying, well, the Hungarian disinformation landscape is complicated. At the same time, it's very much not complicated, honestly. Because if we look through the past years, well, we have to start from today, from 2010, when the current government, led by Viktor Orban, Fidesz, came to power. It was a long time ago, ever since they have been ruling the country with 2/3 majority. And actually, one of the most important process during this time was the constant takeover of the mainstream media in Hungary. And basically, the mainstream media has been turned into a government mouthpiece step by step. It started with, well, most visibly with the public broadcaster, television and newswire. And I do think that this is the most salient example of how government propaganda can be actually distributed freely, and how much money is actually spent on this. And I have to emphasize this is taxpayers' money, Hungarian taxpayers' money, how the public television is financed, and how much money is this. Just this year, for example, on the Hungarian public broadcaster, there was €1 million per day spent. And just to give you a feeling, this was the budget of 1 day of the public broadcaster. For us, the fact-checking website Lakmusz, it would be enough to operate for 5-6 years, just 1 day of the budget of the public broadcaster. And what is happening in Hungary is that from the public broadcaster, 2 different pro-government mainstream media channels, these media outlets basically just echo what the government politicians are saying without any kind of criticism or filters. So when we are talking about, for example, like how disinformation channels are legitimized in Slovakia. Well, this is not necessary in Hungary because the main disinformation channels are public channels and pro-government channels. One of the most important examples of this centralization of the Hungarian media system was in 2018 when several pro-government media owners just magically thought that they will give their media outlets for free as a present to a pro-government foundation, which is called Kesma, and it currently operates almost 500 different media outlets all over the country. And how it looks in an everyday life is that, for example, if you open a local newspaper anywhere in the country with your daily coffee, Actually, in the middle of the pages, you will see the very, very same messages, interviews, word by word, prepared by a centralized editorial, and it doesn't matter where you live. In the country, the local newspapers would actually publish the very same messages. And this is true, as I say, public media, other mainstream media outlets, and also we can talk about this more in detail of some pro-government Facebook channels.
And what is actually very interesting that the MTE, the Hungarian basically news agency, like TASR in Slovakia, gives its production completely for free, and part of this production is really based on misinformation. And I noticed that a lot of websites, basically by using the state-run news agency, create an impression that they have legit content. And this is what Blanka so well explained, that it is a very centrally coordinated propaganda machine which doesn't need any more hlavné správy or doesn't need slobodný vysielač, which is still present in Slovakia. But maybe it will be interesting to look at some of the narratives, the main narratives that are spreading on these websites, and some of them Vlad already mentioned. It's the definitions of who is the aggressor and who is the victim. But what are currently the main narratives that are spread by these sites?
So apart from the pro-Russian propaganda about the war in Ukraine, it's well, basically a mix of three things. Let's say the Ukraine, the more general disinformation about the West, European Union, like stuff like Green Deal, electric cars, and things like that. And then obviously the most important part is the narratives about, let's say, oppositions or anyone who is presented as an enemy. So, for example, NGOs who are sucking money from the state budget, or independent media, which are presented as somebody who is hostile to the government and wants to collapse it, for example. And then the narratives about specific political leaders, even through their family members, relatives, and stuff like that. So it's a mix of these things, but the most important ones from the political standpoint are obviously the ones about your enemies, essentially.
Vlado, did we miss something? What would you add about these narratives that are currently very popular among?
Disinformation media, in some way, they work as ordinary media in a way that they have to tackle the topics that people live. What it means. In 2015 was not only people, what social media, what is actual in social media, what works in social media. In 2015, all Facebook, not only in Slovakia, was full of migrants. So this was the biggest topic of social media. So disinformation media, of course, were increasing or deepening these topics, that migrants are the biggest problem of Slovakia, and in few years there will be just Muslims and so on. Then COVID came, and this disinformation media forgot about migrants, and they pushed anti-vaccine narratives and so on. Once war started, they forgot COVID, and they push narratives that try to either defend Russia or that were trying odvádzať pozornosť od
divert attention.
Divert attention from Russia. So now, for example, the pro-Russian propaganda in Slovakia in Czech Republic is not that what Putin does is right. No, the best is not to talk about Putin, just talk about victim, what victim did, Nazis, genocide, and so on, and what the allies of victim did, and what did Americans in Iraq, and so on. So don't talk about Russia, just talk about the others. When climate change will be actual, disinformation media will push narratives that will doubt climate change. When you have election, disinformation media will try to spread narratives against, for example, opposition parties and so on.
What is actually interesting and Vlado mentioned COVID, that COVID is again a topic, and we had a press conference yesterday by the police president and the interior minister, and they said that they are going to investigate the COVID management by the previous government. And Slovakia actually has a plenipotentiary for a special envoy for investigating COVID, and he is a well-known anti-vaxxer and COVID and science denier, and he prepared a report as was the result of his investigations, and he was using the most absurd disinformation and fake news that was spread in America. Most of the people whom he quoted were debunked as fake scientists in America. He was almost talking about using COVID as a weapon of mass destruction, and basically this person was responsible for gathering information how COVID was managed in Slovakia. And we see that again, like this topic is getting into the bloodstream of the society, and again, the government is not, I don't think that the government is really honestly interested in looking at who failed in the management of COVID. They are just using it in order to be able to divert attention, as Vlado said, but also to try to put pressure on some of the members of the previous government, which is actually quite interesting. But I would turn to Blanka, and so we mentioned some of these narratives. Are those similar to what is spreading in Hungary?
Yes, I would like to actually highlight two very important points. One mentioned by Martin, the creation of enemies, and the other one is by Vlado, the diverting attention. These are elements that are very much present in the Hungarian disinformation landscape. Again, ever since 2010, the Hungarian government was very, very consciously creating enemies of basically anybody. First, it started with the enemy is the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, that wanted to give loans to Hungary, but this is against our, national interests. So we will chase IMF out of the country. Then the enemy was Brussels, the Brussels bureaucrats who, again, are threatening the country's sovereignty and its actions. Then 2015, migration crisis. Obviously a huge source of disinformation. But when the migration crisis was actually slowing down and getting out of the spotlight, then the government started testing, and this is a stupid word, but actually they really did test by phone calls and surveys what works, what actually plays onto Hungarians' visceral feelings against people. Let it be homeless people, let it be LGBTQ people in Hungary, and started spreading disinformation about them. Some of it worked, some of it didn't work that much. And then COVID came, And it's a really interesting thing, which shows how much the government intent plays into what is being spread and what is not being spread on a large scale. Because yes, there was an anti-vaxxer movement as well in Hungary spreading fake news about COVID and vaccination, but this was not the interest of the government to let this messages spread. So actually, the anti-vaxxer messages really stayed on the fringe, and it was only actually echoed in some Facebook groups and some like out of the mainstream political parties, while the Hungarian government was presenting itself as the savior of Hungarians, we who actually were quick to import Chinese and Russian vaccines and these type of messages. And actually it was, well, let's go back to this, diverting attention. Because what really happened in Hungary was that we had one of the highest mortality rates all around the world in COVID. But while the Hungarian government was actually speaking about its successes, well, it didn't have to speak about what is really happening in the hospitals. And well, most recently, obviously Russia's invasion on Ukraine. Well, what we see is that while the Hungarian government has been waging a war on basically everybody over the past years, when a real war is happening in the neighboring countries, actually the Hungarian government is taking a new approach, saying that we have to stay out of the war. We are actually the promoter of peace, the only promoter of peace in Europe. Viktor Orban is basically the only one who can speak to both parties, Putin and Zelensky, at the same time. And today, one of the most important messages is that the Hungarian opposition and the European Union itself is pro-war. And they want to take us to a third world war because of giving support to Ukraine. And I think this is the highest level of disinformation that you can reach within actually a framework of democratic elections, for example, because let's look at what happened just this year during the election. We had European elections and Hungarian local elections at the same time. And the main message of the government became the simplest possible, because the message was, you can choose between Fidesz or the opposition. You can choose between peace or war. You can choose between life or death. And this was like a very high stake, obviously, during the elections, and they used many type of like seeds of disinformation to support this message.
I think that it's fair to say that Hungary right now is the biggest exporter of fake news and disinformation narratives in the region. And yes, I assume that Robert Fico was inspired by how these narratives work. But how could we have a discussion about misinformation while not mentioning George Soros? And we saw actually Globsec did also a survey which indicated that in Slovakia more people were prone to believe the Soros overrule of the world than in Hungary. So how is it, Blanka, now in Hungary? Is Soros still such a potential, such a potent, such a strong narrative, or is it wearing out from the...
Well, honestly, he's getting old in Hungary as well. Now it's his son who is getting into the spotlight. But yes, conspiracies about George Soros has been present for many years, and also it's not only directed towards George Soros, but also, like similar to Slovakia as well, all the NGOs, for example, that have been supported by the Open Society foundations. Against this is a very easy and good way to build on conspiracy theories in order to create enemies of anybody who is critical of the government's actions. And yes, actually, this is the campaign against George Soros has been visible not only in like words and television shows and media, but also you might remember these billboard campaigns as well put out on the streets of Budapest. So again, a very, very big amount of taxpayer money spent on these so-called information campaigns, government information campaigns, which could be translated as disinformation campaigns as well.
Vlado, Martin, why the George Soros narrative works so well in Slovakia?
In general, conspiracy theories offer evil. Evil. Who is evil? Who is evil that wants to destroy our sunny society based on traditions? And in our region, evil comes from the West. Evil comes from the West. So evil has to base in the West, perfectly in United States. And all this disinformation media, they adjust actual topic to this main narrative that evil is in the West. As I said before, when was the migration crisis and disinformation media push migration crisis, who was in charge of migration crisis? West. Brussels, Angela Merkel, and Soros, because he's liberal, and his NGOs, because they are about human rights. COVID came. Who was in charge of COVID? Pharmaceutical business, pharmaceutical companies. But which one? American companies, Pfizer and Bill Gates. Two evils from the United States. When the war started, who is in charge of the war? Against, evil is in the West. West is in charge of. And why Soros? Because he's from West, he's Jewish, he supports NGOs, he's active in political way, that he supported or he had a contact, before, for example, with Hillary Clinton. And to be honest, he has also controversial history, because he earned money not only in ethical way. For example, it was quite a famous story in 1992 as he earned money on British pound inflation. So Soros has this cocktail in his person: West, Jewish, liberal, and controversial.
Before we move on, because I see we have quite a lot of questions on Slido, so we will take couple of those, and let's see. Some of them we already answered, but how should we approach and talk with people who have pro-Russian opinions or believe in conspiracy theories? I know it's a cosmic question, and we won't solve this, but maybe just a couple points, because I know that, Martin, you also deal with this situation, and Vlado as well. So.
Yes, so I think Vlado will give you much better answer. But from my experience, first of all, you have to listen. You need to be respectful. You can't mock the other part, your friend or relative or your family, because they believe in some conspiracy or disinformation narrative, because you have already lost, because they will get defensive. They won't admit they believe in something that is false. So you need to be respectful, and in ideal scenario, you can base your arguments on verifiable facts, something that either the other party can easily check and see source of that information, that what they believed in was, let's say, misrepresented or something like that. So you need to have a respectful conversation, and try to be patient. but also at the same time, sometimes you know that the person has such a strong opinion that you won't change their mind whatever you do. Basically, is that your crazy Uncle Sam that believes in pretty much everything from lizards to 9/11 and that the Earth is flat and so on. There's probably a very low chance that you will change his mind. But really, with the people that are not like this crazy Uncle Sam, you can have that conversation. You can talk to them respectfully, and at least in some cases, you can prove that what they believed in is false. And well, slowly over time, maybe it will lead to a change. But you never know. Anyway.
Vlado, how do you talk to people who?
Yes. This is really my topic that I try also to talk with more clever people than me, and I just try to summarize not just my opinions, but also the other people. So, first of all, make a short screening of this, your relative, of your friend, and ask simple question. Does he or she seem happy or unhappy in his life? This is very important. I have experience, quite plenty experience, with people who are fans of Putin. Most of them, you can see from the first moment, they are not happy in their life. They are negative, they still complain, they are not satisfied. And this belief in Russian propaganda is just symptom, it's just consequence. They get out their frustration, and for example, populists just show them the targets. Get out your frustration on liberals, get out your frustration on media or on NGOs. So when you have experience or when you talk with somebody who is unhappy, negative, then it's very difficult. Then you can just stronger relationship towards him. For example, if it is your uncle, you can help him in the garden, and you can become more important for him. And only fact that, for example, he will see that you have different opinion and you are important for him, maybe it will be small buck for him. But conversation as itself has just limited impact because they just wanted to get out their frustration. But you may meet somebody who you think is quite okay, it's quite satisfied in his life. You would have no problem to go for beer with him. So in this way, I really recommend try to communicate to him. And what I recommend, 2 points. First of all, from where probably he takes his opinions? From books? From traditional media? No, from social media. He will repeat only what he sees in his newsfeed. What you can do, you can try to change his newsfeed. You can try to convince him. So for example, I would look what he likes, what he follows, in what groups he is. And I would try to talk with him not about war, not about climate change, but about his feed. Do you know these accounts that you follow? Do you know these people in the groups that you are in? Don't you want to follow something more? Don't you want to unfollow some accounts? If you don't do this, then everything else can have just limited impact because you can provide him with some arguments. Maybe he will admit your arguments, but discussion finish, you will go out, you will go home, he will take his cell phone, he went back to Facebook or into TikTok or to X, and he will again see the same, what he saw before. So first of all, what you can do, just try to change his newsfeed, to change the place from where he is gaining information. Secondly, what is the strategy? I totally agree with Martin that you have to be respectful, try to be emotional, even though it's very difficult, and try to avoid discussion when you say A and he says B, and you never meet because of confirmation bias. So what you can do, give questions. Give him questions that let him to think. And I strongly recommend to use my most favorite question whenever I am in any discussion, for example, with students or with elderly people, and somebody says to me something what I think is not true, no matter of topic. For example, once I saw in some school that Ukrainian refugees have food for free, and it's not justice, not just. In another group, I saw that, for example, cancer can be cured by lemons. Then I listened to that people never landed on the moon. In every situation, I have one question that I use, and I ask them, where did you read it? Where did you read it? I didn't read it, and I don't want to say it's stupid. I just did not read it. Please, can you show me where you read it? I also don't want to be this stupid sheep manipulated by elites. Please, show me your sources. And the point is, don't talk about topics. Again, talk about the sources. So show me your sources. Sometimes they will just says, I have it from Facebook, I have it from TikTok. Yeah? And then I will just say, so next time, try to note what you see on Facebook or on TikTok. But it may happen that he will Google it, and he will show to you, look, this lady in Facebook, he wrote that she saw in some restaurant Ukrainian refugees. Look, in YouTube, this guy in YouTube, he's telling you that Americans are in charge of the war. Look, in this now I turn to the level 2. I ask another question about the sources. I ask him, do you know these sources? Who is this lady? Who is this guy in YouTube? You know him? You knew him before? And the point is, I don't try to make his opinion in this level. I just try to make him to think, to note what are sources of his information, and provide me answer on the question why you believe this. Why you believe this? Just make answer. Why you believe this lady? Why you believe this YouTuber? These are the questions that probably nobody gave him before. Now, most of people just see something in their newsfeed, and if it confirms their opinion, they repeat it, and they don't know what is the sources, and they don't think why he believes these sources. So give a question and try to change their newsfeed.
Also, I would add one important point. Don't ever make an impression that you are above the person, that you are something more just because you know the facts, you know the truth, and because if that person feels that he or she feels like something less than you because you know the truth, then again they will go defensive. You will never change their opinion. So don't make that kind of impression.
Thank you so much, Vlado, for these great advices, and it really shows that disinformation actually impacts even families, and how deeply this is penetrating the society. And of course, it also changes the way how some of the serious fact-based media is working. So maybe I would like to turn also to Blanka and Vada and Martin to look at how the existence and this massive misinformation circulating in the society changes the work of serious media.
Well, it does impact in many ways. I was just thinking about that, what you said at the very beginning in your introduction, that with the establishment of all these fact-checking websites, we are actually running after what has already been said, and it's out there in the public, and we are just trying to correct the false information. But I do agree with you that this is only one part of the journalistic work, because the other part is putting out the good information to uncover the right information and actually give the necessary information to people to be able to take informed decisions. And I think that the disinformation campaigns mainly impact this part of journalism. When the journalistic work can be so easily discredited by politicians, calling them the fake news and saying that you're actually spreading disinformation. In Hungary, it has gone to an extreme point. I will just give you an example of a very serious attack on Hungary by the Russian Secret Service. In 2022, an investigative website in Hungary, Direct 36, wrote an article which uncovered that the Russian Secret Service actually hacked into the foreign ministry's computer system and basically was able to get any type of information that they wanted from the foreign ministry's servers. And that story was uncovered just before the 2022 elections in Hungary. What was the reaction of the government? That is fake news. That is, just before the election, this didn't happen at all. So okay, we can move on. 2 years later, just at the beginning of this summer, our colleagues from 444 actually acquired documents that proved that this hacking that was already reported on and which was called fake news at the time did really happen. And our colleague actually went to the foreign minister and he asked him, like, sorry, can I show you a document that actually proves that the Russian Secret Service hacked into the foreign ministry's accounts? And then the discourse completely changed, because the foreign minister actually started threatening the journalist, saying, like, how did you acquire this document? And started to ask about the sources. It was not fake news anymore, but 2 years earlier, it was completely discredited by the government itself. So this is one very serious problem. The other one in Hungary, and I'm afraid that this is also something which is going to be a contagious example, not coming from Hungary, but actually coming from Russia. The Russian type of foreign agent laws. What is really now something similar is put in place in Hungary, which is entitled the Sovereignty Protection Act. Which was passed just last December, and there was an authority, the Sovereignty Protection Authority, set up at the beginning of this year in Hungary. Well, you can imagine that the task, in theory, of this authority is to protect Hungary's sovereignty against foreign influence, but what actually does is to name independent media news outlets, for example, that receive any type of support institutional support, for example, from foreign institutions. Even, for example, us, Lakmusz, as I mentioned, we are getting some funds from the European Union. We are as well labeled as foreign funded and a threat to the national sovereignty itself. And this authority actually has the power to issue some, studies, and I put it in quotation marks, because these studies actually analyze, for example, journalistic outputs, saying that this and this and this media is disinformation spreader, and this and this and this media is, for example, pro-war media. And this is, on the one hand, a very hard type of labeling of the media itself, and the authority also has a power to investigate these type of organizations that are being attacked. I won't go into the details because it's very complex. It's legal. We are working on this with Hungarian media outlets, how to respond to this threat. But what is really happening is that it's kind of a rubbery legal text with loose regulations, which would actually give the power to this authority to even ask the secret services to get information about the workers of these outlets. And that is very frightening because this really goes deep down to the very basis of not only fact checking but to journalism, when actually the chilling effect and all the other discreditation of journalists that is coming from this regulation can be very harmful. And we see a lot of examples from Georgia to other countries as well that are introducing similar type of Russian-inspired laws. And well, I just tell you that I also heard that there was something similar in Slovakia also put on the table. That
yeah, there was a push to do something very similar, and also when trying to do that, they were using disinformation to justify that, because they said that well, look at the US, they have similar legislation. But the legislation in US, from my understanding, is that they are labeling entities which are doing officially some kind of political lobbying. So they admit that they are doing this, and that's why they are labeled as somebody who is doing that in the name of, let's say, foreign country or entity or something like that. But here it will be completely different. It would be based just on the funding, regardless of what the NGO, for example, is actually doing, and that's the dangerous part.
Yes, and I just add that disinformation campaigns against journalists also, like, it's we can see them in Slovakia over the past 10 years, and I think most recently a very prominent example was the assassination trial of Robert Fico, and how after the Prime Minister, after his recovery, reacted to this act, which, by the way, all the editors-in-chief of major media basically made a statement saying that they completely reject this act, and we honestly wished recovery for Robert Fico. But since then, several times he made comments that basically he blames partly the critical media in Slovakia, and that he tries to connect in the heads of his voters this act with the criticism he is receiving from the media. And maybe just one example, because it also confirms the consortium, the Eastern Frontier Initiative, that in the Hungarian media, there was an information based on our cooperation with Bellingcat. So the Hungarian disinfo media said that basically former CIA agents are training Hungarian journalists to write about security, and I'm still waiting when that information will get to the government office of Slovakia and will be spread further. But of course, because this initiative is also supported by European funding, so that was the perfect scheme to say that some of the investigative journalists in Hungary are trained by Western former agents, and the European Union is paying for it. So again, very, very similar scheme.
Can I just add something to this? Because I also actually noted this whole campaign to myself, and well, before the roundtable, we were discussing how to show how coordinated disinformation campaigns work, and I think that this attack on the project itself is a perfect example, because what happened, the whole disinformation campaign started in August this year, and actually with Lakmusz we investigated the whole ecosystem and the source of this disinformation campaign. And very interestingly, the main arguments of the first article that was published in the Hungarian media in August actually came from 2021, like 2 years earlier article, which was published in an American-based pro-Russian media outlet, which is called Mint Press. And by RT, it was labeled as the best independent online news source that you can use. So if, you can be sure that it's a good online news source, the RT is actually suggesting it. And magically, like 2 years later, all the information about Bellingcat being CIA basically was almost word by word published in a Hungarian fringe media, which is fringe. It's basically a sleeper like YouTube channel and website which only gets activated when there needs to be an attack on somebody. Last time it was activated when the Budapest mayor's office had to be attacked, and they were set to do some like corruption scheme within the mayor's office. Anyway, the article was published on this fringe website, and just after the publication of this article, the next day, I actually wrote it down, 24 different news websites on the same day published the very same information word by word. And this might not sound like too much, but if you even consider that out of these 24 websites, there were 16 local newspapers, which magically on the next day, exactly at the same hour, same minute, 1 p.m., 54, they just thought about publishing the very same title, the very same text at the very same time. And yes, this is how actually from a US-based pro-Russian source to 2 years later, a fringe Hungarian media channel, the information traveled to all households in Hungary, basically through the complete like mainstream pro-government media. So yes, when we talk about like what can like other disinformation ecosystem learn from Hungary, well, this worked quite well.
I will take one question from Slido, and the question is that did state authorities seriously underestimated the spread of Russian disinfo in Slovakia?
Like current governments, they're okay with this disinformation because it rose from this disinformation. So current government has no motivation to do anything against Russian propaganda because members of current government is spreading Russian propaganda.
I would say that the current government when the current government, or especially Smer, was ruling the country in the previous terms, that's when they underestimated the disinformation at the time when it was not their daily working tool. And that led to creating an environment where the disinformation thrived. And now when they are back and disinformation is one of their daily working tools, it's not anymore about underestimation, but about ruining basically everything that worked on a state level, that was fighting against disinformation, to essentially stop these efforts so they can use that tool again and again without any counter activities from within the state.
I will just add one idea, and it's probably the strongest idea I want to say. I don't rely on government. I don't rely even on European Union that will do something with this. And it's my message to all of you, no matter from which country you are, because even your country, if you are not from Finland, is affected by disinformation. Maybe not so strong as Slovakia, but most of the countries in Europe are affected by disinformation. So what in general we try to do, again, maybe I have obsession about social media, but for me social media are the biggest source and biggest arena of disinformation. What we can do with this? What we can do? We cannot change social media because their business model is based on this, on the system that they spread anything that attracts the attention. So we cannot do anything with social media because it's their business model. What we can do? We can try to prepare at least part of the society on social media. And this is what also we try to do. We try to have workshops for teachers, how to teach about social media. We try to do textbooks or magazines, educative magazines for school about social media. And I support everybody figure out about ways how to prepare people on social media, either people in your bubble or people in society. So support projects that spread media literacy, or try to do it by yourself, try to launch some website, or website especially social media site, because we have to tackle it in social media. So try to prepare people and society on social media.
That's a very important point, because it's also among questions that basically the platforms are such a huge part of the problem. And while I agree with Vlado that we as individuals cannot really rely on our governments, and we have to start working on it in our own bubbles, but at international levels, I think that the European Union can do much more in putting pressures on Meta, and even they claim they have done, and also the Media Freedom Act, the European Media Freedom Act, was supposed to help and push further that communication, but so far we haven't seen much results. Because I will just say one example that couple of weeks ago, when Robert Fico sued the editor-in-chief of Aktuality, Peter Bárdi, I wrote a supportive post on Facebook, and I said that I support Bárdi, and I think that the lawsuit is absurd. And actually, Facebook took off my post, and I reposted it, so Facebook took it off once again. And I wrote to 4 or 5 emails. I have never got an answer. Up to date, my post wasn't returned. And this is a regular complaint from journalists I spoke to colleagues from Romania, from Bulgaria, and many other countries that basically they feel that there is not a living person they can turn to. And it really shows that we as media, we are reduced to the level of a VIP client who talks to Facebook, not as a partner. And so I just wanted to add to what Valdo said, and given the fact that in Slovakia, more than 70% of the digitally active population gets their information from Facebook, that's a huge problem. But I would like to give a chance to our audience to ask questions. If not, we have plenty on Slido, but great, thankfully we have. Just the mic, this colleague will give you a mic. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Blanka Zöldi. I'm from the British Embassy in Bratislava, and I would like to actually ask two questions. One is for Mr. Schniedl and one for Ms. Zöldi. Mr. Schniedl, I really liked your presentation in the beginning, and I would like to go to your explanation of the sympathy of Slovaks to Russia. And I would like to ask if you see some regional differences in Slovakia. I'm asking particularly about the Eastern Slovakia. If you think that Eastern Slovakia looks more towards Russia, and if yes, why? Because of history, for example, we saw some historical events taking place a few weeks ago, commemoration of Dukla Pass, or even religion. And yeah, and I don't know if I should ask the second question now or.
There are regional differences. Exactly as you said, that Eastern Slovakia or people in Slovakia are maybe more affected by these narratives because there is a Russians community or Orthodox community, but the main division now is not regional, but is urban division. Big cities or bigger cities and countryside. So when you, for example, look at the results of elections, for example, last presidential elections, all 8 krajské mesta, municipal towns, they vote for one pro-Western candidate, but the surroundings vote for another candidate. So now division is mostly bigger cities and smaller cities and countryside. So this my answer is not regional, it's urban division now. So even in Eastern Slovakia, in Prešov, pro-Western candidate won, but not in districts in Eastern Slovakia, but is in the center of Eastern Slovakia, Košice and Prešov, pro-Western candidate won. So it's about the city and countryside.
And if we talk about the smaller villages, or okay, not the regional cities, is there a tendency in these of Slovakia, in those small villages, to be more sympathetic to Russia or not?
Yeah, in some way there are maybe more affected by these phenomena. Yeah. Okay, I don't have more smart answer. That yeah, countryside. Voter election behavior in countryside is a bit different than in bigger towns. And it's no matter of when we are talking about COVID or these narratives. So.
Okay, thank you so much. And another question. So I recently read an article by an Hungarian author, and he said that he thinks that there is a huge difference between Slovakia and Hungary, because in Slovakia the government turned more to populism, and in Hungary it's more to autocracy. And I would like to ask you, what do you think that if you see more differences or similarities in developments in Hungary and in Slovakia, and if you think that Slovakia really goes Hungarian way? Thank you.
Well, honestly, I also say something sooner. I wish I was smarter on this topic because, I'm not a political scientist in this way, and I don't want to form opinion about how much it goes into populism and how much Hungary goes to autocracy. But how much actually Slovakia is learning from Hungary. Actually, we are just talking about it. That we see many disinformation narratives and techniques being used in Slovakia, but also in other surrounding countries that are basically from the playbook of Orban. So I have to say that we haven't done enough research, I think, on this, but this is a new field that we would like to discover as well within our own project in Hungary to see what we call as a toxic spread of Hungarian disinformation techniques and also political techniques in the region.
I think I can add to that the media environments in those two countries are quite different. And they are different because Orban, early on, as Blanka explained, was able to create a very effective state-run media machine. It was also thanks to the previous strong dependence on state advertisement of some of the even independent media. And he was able to use the fact that they economically were so dependent on the state. The situation in Slovakia is completely different because we got some good vaccination by the Mečiar regime. So in Slovakia, most of the independent free media are not receiving state advertisement almost at all. So basically, they had to develop their own models of financing, which happened. In Slovakia, you still have a important number of larger free media, and you still have a independent news channel, which actually is under a lot of pressure, and we are just seeing now how this develops under internal censorship. In Hungary, there is only one still independent news television channel, which reaches also audience outside the bubble. So that's a major difference, and of course the time. I mean, Robert Fico was not able to do in 1 year what Orban was able to do in a decade. Also, I think the approach of European authorities have changed. We are seeing it that even based on smaller changes, Europe already responded, and I believe that Slovakia is going to be a big test for the European Union, how serious it is about some of its values and laws. And I think this whole package makes a difference. Also, we could talk about elections, electoral system, which the government might try to toy with it, but those are the major differences. But of course, the spread of those narratives, as we have seen, I mean, Robert Fico is one of the best students of Viktor Orban, and we actually have the information that their training sessions are more frequent than we officially know. So I think that I would like to add to what Blanka said. Some other questions from the audience? If not, I saw a question about education of journalists. How do you see the training of journalists in Hungary in the field of disinformation? Is the education of journalists free at most universities? But I think that after we answered Hungary, we could also look at Slovakia or look at how education might play a role. I mean, it sounds like a cliche because we always talk about education, but Vlado already hinted at how, like education, not just the traditional sense of at universities, can play a role. So Blanka?
Well, yes, in general, academic freedom has been also in a bad situation in Hungary. A big proportion of universities has been taken over by foundations, basically, close to government. But at the same time, there are still a couple of universities who didn't go into this new model. The problem here is underfinancing. So the independent universities are really struggling to survive. And actually, well, if we talk about like proper journalism education in Hungary, I do have some experience because I've been giving lectures at universities over the past years. And there is one really important aspect that I would like to highlight, is that even students who are at the media faculty, most of them don't want to be journalists. Because, well, honestly, all what we have been saying, how, journalists are, might be surveilled in Hungary. It's not a very well-paid job, and it's a constant stress, and so on and so forth. So when I go into my journalism courses and ask students, like, hey, so are you interested in learning about like how to be a journalist? They're like, nah, yeah, it's a compulsory class. So that's not a very rosy situation to start with. But what's really interesting is that just in the past couple of semesters, I started to teach disinformation and how to combat fake news, and I must say that there is an interest in university students, and actually the classes are always packed and full. So there is actually a demand, I think, from the society. And yes, we're talking about university students, but honestly, well, cliche again, but yes, we have to start from secondary or even primary school education. And I think that these are not empty words, as Vlado was saying, that they are organizing teachers' trainings about how to teach about combating disinformation at schools. Well, we are doing the same thing in Hungary as well. So even when primary and secondary education are completely controlled by the government, there are still possibilities to, for example, offer some specialized trainings by NGOs, by civil society, by journalists, to say that, hey, if you come to these classes, you can learn how to incorporate critical thinking and how to look for like credible sources online, these type of things into your curriculum. And you're not, giving like very political topics, saying like, this is how you can debunk, I don't know, political disinformation. You're not going to talk about this during classes. But for example, when you're talking to a biology teacher and to tell them that, well, look, when you're teaching students about the shape of the Earth, you can maybe mention that there are flat earthers. Let's look at the flat earthers. What type of sources do they use? And just by introducing these small steps of critical thinking and investigating your source of information, I think that is a really important first step, and not only empty words.
We have one in our government.
In the government?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Are there any journalism students in the room? Okay, and do you want to comment? Do you have in your curricula disinformation? Are you taking any lectures or trainings? Or should I not torture you? Okay, on first grade not. Because I am following quite closely how some of the big international or important universities have incorporated disinformation training into their curricula long ago. So I know that there are some American universities that now consider it as part of the very important part of their training. And I think for the future that will be such a crucial part of journalistic training as well.
And I would say also that this is also one of the challenges in journalism in Slovakia, that basically all of a sudden we have a government where there is a lot of disinformation actors, and the legacy media or mainstream media are kind of forced to report on these politicians, state representatives, and so on. And basically, for many journalists, they had no reason to cover disinformation up until now, and that brings challenges because they don't know very well those actors, their background, full context, and that can lead to honest mistakes in reporting, which are then turned against those media outlets in an attempt to discredit them and to prove a point of alternative media, that the mainstream media is flawed, that it's fake news, that they're lying us. And so that situation that happened here is really challenging for the media and pretty much for everyone who is doing reporting, especially politics and topics like that.
If I may, just for you who study journalism, as a benefit that you stayed here so long, if you don't mind, I will offer you advice, maybe to your future career, that I also offer to any faculty of journalism where I am invited, like how to increase your chance to get a contract from media if you want to launch a journalistic career. And it will be advice for those of you who want to do written journalism. So not for those of you who want to work in television, because TV journalism has in some way different system. But for written journalism, what is important, I offer you, or I advise you to find some topic. To find some topic that you will focus on, and topic that is relevant for the media you want to work for. What I mean. Also, when we get emails from people who want to make trainship, one trainee writes us, I study journalism, I want to do summer job in your editorial stuff. Second one will write us, I study journalism, I want to do summer job, and I want to write about this topic that I noted that you cover, and I can help you with this topic. What topics I talk about? For example, now is just very few young economic journalists. So if some of you, I know probably you are not interested in economy, otherwise you would study different faculty, but if some of you would be interested in economic journalism, in energetics, in green technology, and you would write to any media, and I think also to SME, to Actuality, that I may write or I may help to you write about Green Deal and so on, you may be more interesting than your classmate that will have no topic. But it doesn't have to be just economic. It can be also problems of young generation, psychical problems, threats linked with social media. And it's not only disinformation, cyberbullying, misogyny, sexual predators. And this type of phenomena is something what media also try to focus on. So my advice, just find some topic and offer to media that you can help them with this topic.
With this good advice from Vladimir to our young colleagues here, I would like to close our panel and say a big thank to Vladimír Šnídl from Deník N, Blanka Zöldi from Lakmusz, and Martin Hodás, a freelance author who is dealing with disinformation. Thank you so much for joining us. I also thanks for our audience who followed us online, and you are welcome to join us for a little, if you have some additional questions, maybe for additional 10 minutes, our guests will stay here. Thank you.
Malo by to fungovať? Okay. Dobre. Okay, so it works. Welcome everybody to the second panel discussion of today's event, the Eastern Frontier Talks. I'm very glad to have you here with us, and I hope that you're gonna enjoy the discussion that will soon unfold. My name is Michaela Terencani. I am the head of news desk at the SME Daily, the Slovak Daily SME, and I will be hosting this discussion with my distinguished guest, whom I will introduce in a minute. Before that, let me just give you some practical information. Our discussion is streamed online and will be recorded. You need to know that. It will take approximately 1.5 hours. We will have time for questions afterwards. So you can just prepare your questions and have them ready to ask from the audience here, or you can post them to Slido, hashtag EFT24, that's for Eastern Frontier Talks 24. And of course, yeah, you can ask also here. If anybody would prefer to ask your questions in Slovak, that's also fine. I think we can handle it. So hopefully this is all you need to know at the beginning. And let us start just with a short introduction. The way I thought about our topic was I went back to thinking about 1989 and the return of Central Europe to Europe, you know, as Milan Kundera called it, the kidnapped West. Starting from 1989, the revolutions called Velvet Revolution in our part of Central Europe just launched a process that was interpreted as the kidnapped West coming back home in a way, and this of course the NATO and EU accession was part of the process, or culmination of the process, maybe even. For most countries, ever since the start of the European project, integration was seen as a tool of lasting peace. And as Europe started to come together after half a century of Cold War divisions, the hopes were that the future was going to be peaceful, you know, end of history. We were going to work together, do business together, and everything was going to be fine. Between the West and Russia. But the Russian war in Ukraine has put an end to the idea that peace in Europe could be secured solely through integration and business ties. And it has also highlighted the differences. In these past 2 years, we have seen how differently countries on the eastern frontier of NATO have reacted to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. That's what we would like to look at today with my guests. Some of the issues that previously, before the war, were more of like philosophical issues, you know, for long talks at conferences, discussions like this, suddenly become existential questions. Who is our friend? Who is our enemy? What are the real threats that we should be preparing for? Are we ready for those threats? Is it important that the public opinion is aligned with all this? So let's delve into some of these questions with my guests. As I said, we have Olga Gyarfashova she's a sociologist from the Faculty of Social and Economic Sciences of the Communist University, and she also is affiliated with the Institute for Public Affairs, a very productive NGO and think tank that we often use as a resource in our work as journalists as well. We have Mr. Miroslav Vlachovský. I'm so glad to have you with your experience as former diplomat and of course expert on foreign affairs. I hope you can bring in some views also from your time as foreign affairs minister and also ambassador in some Western countries. And last but not least, I'm very happy to have a friend from Poland here sitting next to me. Bartosz Wielinski is the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Gazeta Wyborcza, which we at the SME Daily view as a bit of a, sister publication in spirit, at least. So let's talk. Let's talk about the region on the eastern frontier of NATO. But also, given the composition of this panel, let's look at Slovakia and Poland as telling examples of some of the differences that I was talking about at the beginning. And I would start off with some facts from the recent Globsec survey that has shown that 90% of the people in Poland perceived Russia as a threat this year, when the survey was done this year, while in Slovakia it was 49%, less than half of those polled said that they thought Russia was a threat. Slovaks seem to be more susceptible to believing disinformation and conspiracy theories spread by the Russian propaganda channels, unlike Poles. So Bartosz, I would just ask you at the beginning, when you come to Slovakia, you came today, can you tell the difference immediately?
Well, actually not. This is my first time in Bratislava. I'm ashamed to say that, but didn't travel that much into Slovakia. I spent some time as a child in Žilina, but this is on my slide. It was Czechoslovakia then. But I can't tell the difference, from the street. Countries look similar, but what I read about your country, what I read about the atmosphere here, the way your government, current government, is trying to step out of disengagement in order to help Ukraine. I'm worried, and I believe that people who deal with the foreign policy in my country are also worried because solidarity with Ukraine is essential, and each breach in this solidarity could produce another problems. We are in that together, and if one member of NATO will make a step back, then it could lead to some dangerous developments. Of course, we have a different history. Despite the fact that we were under communism, we had to live under communism for 40 years. You don't have such a deep and negative experience with Russian influence and occupation as we have. 120 years Poland was divided between Austria, Prussia, and Germany, and then Russia, and this Russian domination. Well, if you look at the map of Poland, if you look at the map of the railways in Poland, you could clearly say where the Russian part was, where the German part was. The structures and the lack of railway connection is the Russian phenomena. So that period of Russian dominance determined the way we think on Russia. And of course, we had a war in 1920. The Bolsheviks nearly captured Warsaw, were repealed and driven back to the east. We had a history full of confrontation, hostility, and of distrust. So no one would be able to convince Polish citizens that Russia brings something good to the world and could contribute to the peace. Quite contrary. And that's why they don't even try to spread this disinformation in Poland. They use different approaches. They use different methods. The Russians were able to rule in Poland 300 years ago because they managed to spread a total chaos in the Polish state. Poland became, anarchic place, totally anarchic place, and well, then the three powers decided to divide it because it was dangerous for the order. And when I watch what they do now, how they try to antagonize people, how they try to make the divisions deeper, how they use Ukrainians as a source of disagreement between poles. They're really trying to do the same, to spread chaos, to disinform people, to make to spread anarchy in our country. They are still not successful enough, but they have resources and they'll be trying to do it, and for sure they can't be trusted. And another bad development that happened in the last days was this meeting in Berlin when Joe Biden arrived to Berlin, met Chancellor Scholz, met President Macron, met Prime Minister Starmer, but no one from the Eastern Europe was invited to Berlin. And we also live in this, shadow of Munich conference, that the powers decided over our heads how the order in this part of Europe should look like. And when they meet in Berlin on any Western place without representatives of this part of the world, and they try to decide also on our fate, well, all the alarms are going widely in our capital. So that's my takes.
Yeah, thank you. It's a lot of the things that you have just mentioned are shared among our nations. It's just somehow not reflected in how we view the things presently. So when you talk about what people were experiencing under communism, obviously Czechs and Slovaks and Hungarians had very similar experience. Olga Gyarfasova, you just wrote a book about you just published a book about normalization, so that tells part of the story. How come it doesn't resonate? This awareness of history doesn't serve as a shield, and people would follow a politician who says freedom has always come from the East. How is that? We heard that also recently. So how is it possible that it works? Maybe if we can start with you. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for inviting me for this very interesting debate, challenging also for us sociologists. So we are trying to find answers to this question, but maybe to bring it in broader context, because I'm dealing with public opinion research and digging into the mentality of the Slovak society for many years. And I have to say that this lack of awareness and also, let's call it more open relation, more open perception of Russia did not come overnight. So it's even not the situation which we have now after the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. And for example, together with Miro, so we made the campaign when Slovakia was aspiring NATO membership, and we were trying to explain the public that why do we need NATO, why do we need the Western orientation to persuade the majority that, the Cold War is over and our roots, our belonging is in the West and not somewhere in between. Because the problem is not that the Eastern orientation would prevail, but there is something what I've called geopolitical ignorance or geopolitical carelessness. So we simply, or maybe more at that time than now, that we, or the Slovak public, Slovak inhabitants, they feel safe. So they did not have the feeling they need some guarantees. And when you mentioned Milan Kundera's essay about the kidnapping of Central Europe to the east, so now, and then finally, so we finally, later than Poles, Czechs, and Hungarians joined also NATO and, of course, European Union, but NATO was delayed for Slovakia. So now with what we see today, I have the feeling that we are self-kidnapping ourselves again somewhere where part of the society doesn't want to belong. Yes, and I remember that we had a book around 97, 98 when Slovakia was excluded from the integration process, that there was a self-disqualification of the front runner. And now again, so I think that some narratives could be that there is somebody responsible for that, or some externalities are fault for that, but it's our own responsibility, our own political elite, which of course could play or could rely on part of the society's opinions and mentality, which really is very different, especially in perception of Russia and also United States, because these are connected wells. And you mentioned 90% against 40 something in Slovakia. So okay, and we could develop it further. So why this historical consciousness and the historical memory is so, how to say it, exclusive or tolerant against Russia? Because Russia is the state after the Soviet Union, and we also have some bad experiences with the Soviet Union, but the perception is somehow different. And okay, so I can later explain why, okay, because it's not coming from above, or it's not something what is per se, so it has some historical background and some historical reasons.
Okay, we will get to that, but maybe you could first tell us about the responsibility of politicians, since I mentioned some politicians who who don't hesitate to say freedom comes from the East. What is the role this type of discourse plays?
Okay, I will come to that, even though I'm not a politician.
I know, but you came close.
Yes, I came close, yes. I tried to replace politicians in a time when they couldn't agree what to do, and they were unable to do anything. We were a caretaker government. But let me start with a little anecdote, because this is about the different perceptions of people in Central Europe of Russian threat. My late mother, she was a translator from Polish. And in the 1980s, I was 10, 11 years old. There was a stan wojenny in Poland. I don't know how to translate it into English. Martial law. And we visited an author she was translating, Maria Kuncevich. We went to Kazimierz, and they had some talk, and they let me, there were kid camp, and they let me play with Polish kids. And at that time, I already had Russian in my elementary school, so I tried to speak to them Russian. Well, that was a big mistake, I must say. That was a huge mistake on my part. And what my mother told me later, that they came like 3 hours later, and I was speaking Polish. And I learned by a peer pressure that the attitude of Poles towards Russians are very different. And later on, I start to understand why, because of the 3 divisions of Poland, because of history, because of Katyn. I mean, they are immaculated against Russian imperialism. Because of the historical experience. The same if you travel to Baltic states. I mean, if part of your family, like it's in the case of former Prime Minister Kaja Kallas from Estonia, spent time in Siberia, in gulags, you have a completely different view of Russia than some mystical country which brought peace into Europe. They didn't bring a freedom. They pushed away fascist Germany, but they didn't bring a freedom at all. And we experienced it during the 40 years of communism. However, again, and Olga can tell more about it, there was a difference between experience in Slovakia and even in the Czech Republic because of the different kind of development in these two countries. In Slovakia, we had an industrialization period, so it was not felt like a terrible backsliding for some groups of people. And one thing about Russia, we think we are not in war with Russia yet. However, Russia knows that she is in war with us. That war is called hybrid war, and we have it here since 2014, at least since the annexation of Crimea. It had a different characters in different countries. There were the cases of terrorist attack in Vrbětice in Czech Republic. That was kind of a vagueness moment for our Czech friends. Here in Slovakia, it had a different kind of, they choose a different approach because Slovaks are in many ways vulnerable to conspiracy theories and disinfo narratives. They did what they do also in the West, but maybe with a higher intensity. They try to seed a discord in the society. That's part of a long-term strategy. There's nothing. They know that they cannot win over us with weapons, but they can put us into the state when we will disagree and we will be so vulnerable that it will be much easier to swallow.
Okay. Let us touch upon what you already mentioned, how the pro-Russian sentiments are linked to anti-American sentiments, because this is a dichotomy that clearly works. I have here some numbers from the Institute of Public Affairs that compared countries of the V4. And it turns out that 5 in 9 respondents in Slovakia, 55%, find the Western way of life threatening, which is crazy, while Czechs identified this as a threat in 43%, and Poles 31%. And this is a quote from Institute of Public Affairs. Almost unbelievable, 5 in 8 Slovak respondents, 61%, said they feared the United States, Slovakia's leading ally within NATO. In Poland, 14% were under the same impression. So just to frame this a little bit with numbers, but how are these two things connected? How is the positive attitude towards Russia connected with the negative attitude towards the US? Is it like the same person would tell you, or is it something that is more like interwoven in the society? And maybe Bart, you can tell me something about. Okay, let's start with you.
Good. Okay, so definitely there is a small overlap, but in principle these are exclusive groups. So the anti-Americanism, and I would call it even broadly anti-Westernism. So everything what West represents, so that means liberal democracy, minority rights, certain progress in policies, in political rights, so something what is opposing these traditional values which are very close also to the religion, which are very close to nationalism and authoritarianism. Yes? So we see, in the society, the values and attitudes are not solo things, but they are always in some clusters. So this is one thing. My explanation, especially now, is that this Western way of life is for some people, they are perceiving it as a threat because it means the individual responsibility, free competition, and so simply you have to be more responsible for yourself. It's more individualism, it's more, acting on your own responsibility, and so on and so on. And when we look at the historical roots of that, so I would mention maybe 2 or 3 such milestones. So very often this Russophilia is referred to the Slavianism and to the 19th century Slovakia's history, and the iconic figure of Ludovic Tur, who is very uncritically perceived, I have to say, because nobody or very few of those who are saying, oh, big Ludovic Tur, the founder of the Slovak language and so on, they did not read his work because otherwise they would have different opinion. So because he, in this Slavdom and the future of Europe, so he never, and no one from his fellows, they never visited Russia, so they never were there. So there was a pure mythology about something what was, again, opposite to the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, where they felt oppressed, and the frustration of the Hungarization and the entire way how the nations were treated in then later after this 1867 Austrian-Hungarian vyrovnanie, balancing, I don't know. So that means it's a poor mythology about the big Slavic tree and so on and so on. So then it was somehow taken over in 20th century more with the also leftist political streams in Slovakia. And then what partially already Miro mentioned, that the 40 years of communism were not perceived as something horribly bad. And it's because of, there is a very nice concept of asynchronous modernization, because we see the differences also between the Czechs and Slovaks, not only Slovaks and Poles, but there are differences also within former Czechoslovakia, what was one country. And really these years, even after the 68 Warsaw Pact invasion, these 20 years of normalization are perceived as prosperous industrial development, urbanization, modernization of the country. And even until today, so many people are recalling these times with huge nostalgia and are thinking, okay, so these were the golden years of Slovak society, and this was under the rule, so to say, of Moscow and Soviet Union. So that means that the sensitivity, the perception, or the seeing even today Russian Federation as a threat is not so common as in other Central European countries. And I think that it's also due to this political narrative which is around this, yes? So that we are now memorizing or having these years in memory as a good years. The Russian Federation is, the picture of it is given as something where order is ruling instead of the Western chaos, and so the traditional values. But to accept that this is an autocratic state, undemocratic, and really based on a very, and with many, many negative social phenomenon, so it's not so visible in our society, I have to say.
Thank you. I have like 4 questions now based on what you just said. But let's stick with the theme of the anti-Americanism and Bart, you can tell me when the Poles say that they basically don't have these anti-Western feelings, they are not afraid of the West like Slovaks or even Czechs, some Czechs. Does that mean? Okay, but the Western way of life and the values and so on, is that an instinct of self-preservation because that's what protects you from Russia, or is that like genuine adherence to the values that Poles really are the Westerners, the kidnapped Westerners, you know?
Sometimes it's inferiority complex.
Okay.
That, well, we are such a great nation and now we just, well, comparing to, I don't know, Portugal, Spain, or countries of Deep South, well, Greece, well, we could have better prospects, but we still don't know. There's a lot of the Poles, they feel inferiority complex, especially towards Germany. And sometimes the Germans are exploiting that, of course. But, well, we are Westerners. We don't use Cyrillic alphabet. Well, you also don't, so that's the definite, there's a kind of distinction. Of course, we have a terrible past with Germans, as with Russians, and but with Germans we could go forward with that. You could discuss. They don't try to say yes. It was different, like you said. They accept the guilt. They try to, well, do something good over that. We try to reconcile. They are aware of what they did, and well, now when you look at Eastern Germany, all those developments with the Alternative für Deutschland, that makes you worry. But still, the Germans admitted their guilt many times. The Russians didn't. There was a German idea, if we disagree on history, let's write a common history books for our schools to deal with all those difficult topics. They did that with France, they did that with Poland, and then the Poles tried to do the same with Russians. There was a period, 2009, 2011, we got a good relations with Russia, we tried to go forward with history. So they tried to prepare the common book for historical textbook for schools, and it was totally impossible.
Just before the crash of the plane.
Yeah, well, around, just before that, and that was totally impossible because the Russians, they didn't agree on anything. They don't agree on naming the pact Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact as it was. They say it was a kind of self-defense. There was nothing. You can't say that we were dealing together with Hitler, that we are just accomplices of Hitler. It's untrue. Russian army liberated Poland. In fact, they didn't liberate Poland. They brought another, enslavement. They arrested, thousands of Polish patriots, deported them to Russia. They killed thousands of Polish officers in Katynia. Well. And they're simply totally reluctant to admit those crimes. There's no reconciliation is possible if you don't accept that what happened. We have another problem, of course, with Ukrainians over history, and there's Polish blame, Ukrainian blame, and I hope that someday we will be able to move forward on that. But in terms of history, it's kind of impossible. The funny thing is, despite all those kind of inborn hatred towards Russia. If you compare the political views of the PIS party, the party that ruled till last year in Poland, and the program of the Putinism in terms of values, they were so similar. There are so many similarities in that. So officially they hated Russia, but this destruction of democratic state and the recreation of autocratic state was just following the developments in Russia. We've seen some clear copies. There are two countries in Europe that declared the rulings of European Court of Human Rights unconstitutional. Was Russia and Poland. Two countries that declare European Convention on Human Rights as unconstitutional. It was also Russia and Poland. The traditional values, family, orchestrated by the state campaigns against the LGBT persons. Poland and Russia, the same stuff. Even the commercials run by the PIS party, spreading hatred against the gays and lesbians, were extremely similar to the same commercials being run by Adnaya Rassia, so the Russian ruling party. And that was kind of frightening, that the party was, the government was so strictly anti-Russian, but was following the Putin's steps and all those connections between Polish government and Hungarian government, which is, Russian Trojan horse in Europe, in our view, was also frightening. So there are many voices in Poland warning against some kind of, Russian deep state in Poland and Russian connections between PIS and Putin. And there were some, evidences that maybe there was no direct influence, that no minister was, Russian spy, but there were people around them, kind of advisors, that got something, fishy in their careers. That some, very suspicious connection. Well, the CEO of Polish National Bank got his mention in Warsaw from a businessman that did some businesses with Russia. Well, in normal state, you mustn't allow such a implication that you get any connections to people dealing with Russia. Well, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, was often guest in Belarusian embassy. He said that he wanted to establish normal relations between Belarus and Poland, and there's a question who he met. And other interesting thing is that during the PIS government, our counter-espionage was simply paralyzed. They didn't work as they should work, and the Russian got their foothold in Poland, especially working with our far right. So the Polish far right, there are proxies in Russian hands. So. Well, in such a situation, being, anti-American would be suicidal. That's my take. Okay.
But the far right is acting as a proxy
in the Russian,
but without explicitly spreading the pro-Russian narratives, right? Because that wouldn't work so well.
But if they speak about, the history of far right Polish nationalism, has this pro-Russian tendency, because the fathers of Polish nationalism they make this choosing who to go with Germans or with Russians. They decided to go with Russians because they believe the Russians are weaker than the Germans, so they're less dangerous. So it was better to stick together with a lesser enemy. But in fact, I believe that Russia is using now this channel to spread the propaganda. Well, if they say that Europe will transform Polish society into, purely gay and lesbian society, or if Europe will put, billions of migrants into Poland and force Poland to accept migrants from Africa and Asia and change, the racial structure of Poland. There's the same stuff they're telling in Germany, in Austria, everywhere, and this is spread, in a way that you must suppose that there's some kind of, decisive. A place in Russia. And the other thing, they're also sending sabotages recently. So we have large cases of, people arrested in Poland. They were paid by Russians to set a fire in some, visible places, also to spread chaos and panic. So it's also escalating.
Yeah, we'll get back to this question of spreading chaos, but Mr. Vlachowski, feel free to comment on any of these. But also, I will add a question about these anti-Western sentiments in our part of Europe. Where has the West been aware of this? You served as an ambassador in the UK, in Denmark. Did they know, or did they just, live in this blissful ignorance of, of course you are going to adhere to, or of course you are going to like the Western values because, it's freedom and, liberty, peace, everything. So what's your experience? Was there enough of a push to, win the hearts and minds of Central European from the EU?
The Americans, they have a saying, there is the biggest room in the world is a room for improvement, and there is certainly a room for improvement in this, but I would like to come to this anti-Americanism as a feeling here in Slovak society. Sometimes I'm completely baffled by that, because if you look at the Slovak history again, the biggest emigration from Slovakia was to America. The biggest number of Slovaks living abroad are in the United States, because that's where they try to find a better future. They try to buy a field in eastern Slovakia, so they went to Pennsylvania mines and worked there. I have it in my own family, because my grandfather went to work in Pennsylvania mines. My wife great grandfather went to work in Ford factories. So we have this, and I think American during the 1920s, 1930s in Slovakia has actually the positive connotation. Someone who made himself rich by being in America. I think it's somehow connected with this period of socialism and socialist propaganda. That's part of it, and we can work with narratives, and we can do sometimes miracles when we find a way how to reach out to people. But the problem in this country is that there is a part of political elite, political class, which are actually actively using disinformation for their campaigns, and it was in 1990s with Vladimir Mečiar, but I think. Especially with the social networks, it became even stronger. And I think you asked me in a previous round of questions about politicians. I think politicians have enormous responsibility. They should be leaders. They should lead the nation where they think the prosperity is. I don't think that Robert Fico thinks that the prosperity of Slovakia lies in Russia. Frankly, if I don't know about his son going to study in Russia or learning at a Russian secondary school, and same applies to half of the government. I mean, they have their kids in the private schools learning English and French, not Russian. That's simply like that. But they are using this opportunistically to get this attention of this electorate. And Olga mentioned the situation before our joining the North Atlantic Alliance. We had a public awareness campaign before that. I was somehow in charge on behalf of the government, and we were in a difficult situation in 1999. People do not remember, but it was a Kosovo air campaign. The Allied forces were bombing that at that time Yugoslavia, so basically Serbia and Montenegro, and there was a headline in Daily Pravda: first Slovak killed in Vojvodina. You can imagine what that did with the public opinion in this country. So at that point, we have a support for NATO membership went down to 24%. After a year and a half of work, the support for our membership in NATO was 60%. So it is doable, it is possible when there is enough of strategic communication and enough will on part of political leaders of the country. But I don't. And the political leadership. Yeah, and the political leadership. But I don't see that, and they are basically exploiting this situation with the social media, but also the disinformation campaign which is going on here in this country.
Okay, thank you. We still have some time, so I'm gonna address what you already mentioned, the nostalgia for the communist times, and the thing is that nowadays this nostalgia is also being instilled into younger generations, people who have never lived under communism. I was born under communism, but I'm one of the last ones, so you know.
I certainly thought it will die out, but I was wrong, obviously.
No, it hasn't, and the thing is also this: like, how did that even happen? How did we make this mistake? And did you make that type of mistake in Poland as well?
Well,
how's the young generation in Poland?
The young socialists.
The Gen Z.
Yeah, as Churchill said, that who wasn't socialist in the age of 20 would be a swine in the age of 30. So I encourage my children to be a little bit socialist.
There's a difference between.
It would be good for the development to be, socially sensitive. But there are some voices that in socialism everybody get a flat in this big concrete blocks. But now the problem for younger generation is that real estate are absolutely costly and is expensive, and it's very hard to get a loan in order to get an apartment. If you get one, you have to pay up for 30 years. And the lack of housing, that's a problem that is hampering social development in Poland. It's hard to found a family, hard to have children if you don't have your flat. And in communism, you could get one for free or for almost for free. That's what young people say. They don't recall the situation where just, in Czechoslovakia, we believed it is a kind of paradise. You could get oranges. We couldn't. You could have banana allegedly, and me, of course, meat. Jesus, meat. I was standing. I remember I was 10 years old when the communists ended, and I had to stand. Hours in front of the shop to get a piece of meat. And my mother said to me once, "Jesus Christ, what have you bought? There are more bones in the meat, and that's what you brought home, and we get the coupons." So there was 20 kilos meat for the month for the member of the family. And you get a special coupon. Meat was rationized in Poland until the end of the communism. So when I bought more bones than the meat, that meant that our ration was lost. So they don't know anything about it. They didn't feel that. Of course, the political oppression, they also are not aware of that. And they want communists back. There was also one great thing about communists from today's perspective. After you graduated university, the state ordered you to work somewhere. So you were given a workplace in some distant city as a teacher or as a engineer in some factory. You didn't have to care to look for work. It was done for you. The state was assigning you to work somewhere else.
But you didn't really have a choice.
Yeah, you didn't have a choice, of course. You had to deal with that. And for some people that are now graduating, it would be a perfect solution They wouldn't have to send any CVs and prepare for interviews, just get assigned to work in a factory, I don't know, in Krosno or in Zielona Góra and start their life there. So when I observe the young socialists, sometimes I'm really, really depressed, but I'd say this is kind of magic. There is no nostalgia in Poland, like in East Germany. We don't hear it in political discourse that the socialism was better than now. Now, of course not. Because too much changed. You see the pictures. You can compare the pictures, the movies from end of the 80s and now. How Poland transformed. Also because not because our ingenuity, but because of the European Union who pumped billions euro into Polish cities to totally change the view of that. So we are a modern country, or we want to be a modern country because you help us to be. And this is also why all those populists saying that we need to leave, we need to follow Great Britain and leave the European Union, they won't succeed in Poland in this generation because the changes are visible. The people could compare that what we had, that what we have. And it was popular in 90s when we had an unemployment, corruption, chaos, lack of perspective, huge immigration, to say, well, in communism it was better, but not anymore. We have, group of elitarian socialists, children of rich parents very often. There's also quite common for socialists in Poland that they get rich parents that say such, statements, but this is not widespread.
Yeah, but one question is, does everyone see that things are better now? Also in Slovakia, that's one question that I would ask. And secondly, of course you could find things like that and even agree with them. Yeah, nice. The state gives you an apartment so you can start your life in somewhere decent. But isn't it that we are telling the story, our story as a nation, wrongly? That we are highlighting these things for the young generation and not telling the whole story, basically, which then paints a completely different picture. So maybe it's good.
Okay, so just one comment about the past. So in Poland, the shops were empty, but you had excellent culture. So we were allowed to travel to Poland, so not to Western country, but Poland, Hungary was open to travel and to see a good theater or a Easy Rider movie or something like that, just Jamboree. So we traveled to Poland. Okay, so this was yeah, many people were not interested in that. Yeah, and so I think that also with this nostalgia, or how is it nicely called in Germany, nostalgia. So, we are still surprised that the number of these nostalgists is not decreasing, because I would understand that older generation could have this memory optimism, Spomienkowy optimism, yeah? So we were younger, better off, and so on and so on. But it's this is a problem that it's transferred also to the younger generation, who does not have this first-hand experience, but they are simply getting it from their parents or grandparents. And this is, it's interesting that it's not only about the social and economic situation, whereas here the common denominator are securities. So the life was secure, but it's also about more community-like life, so people are thinking and recalling that there was a feeling of cohesion, being together, and so there was not this individually based competition and individual responsibility. So that means it's not only about this economic things, but about life was easier. And also many people have the feeling, okay, so I was able to get around, so how to arrange, how to get these oranges and bananas or the car supplements or whatever. So these networks which were so typical for this period, so was something what is now valued, of course. So I think that the memories are much, much nicer than the reality was. But the problem is that people feel this nostalgia today. And again, I see as a very responsible and relevant element in this entire story the political elite. So when we have the prime minister who did not realize that there was something like November 17th, and now, so they are quite intentionally trying to get rid of this date from the collective memory and to have the party meeting at the same day, simply to cover it with other issues and maybe the Velvet Revolution. Yeah, so this is even the state holiday today, but it's again and again the attempt somehow to delegitimize it or to deconstruct it or simply not to give the place which it would deserve in the collective memory. And I have to mention the latest example of this, how this memory of normalization is tackled by the political elite. And it was yesterday decision of the Minister of Interior who decided that Mr. Babiš, who clearly was in the secret police files as a secret collaborator, so that, okay, so he was not. So ministry from his position decided that the Bureš, agent Bureš, simply is not true. So I was so upset by that, because it's not just this single act, so it's an entire mentality, how we are dealing with the values of democracy and values of honesty and fairness. So that means I'm mentioning it because I think that this is, and the argumentation, because when we would lose the trail, so it would cost us a lot of money. Okay, so that means it's relativization of the key democratic values really in the v priamom prenose.
Live broadcast.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, so that just like calls for the note that isn't it really how we perceive these Western values, that it would cost a lot of money, so let's just sell the truth out for money because it's easier, right?
Something
we are short
what
on
is
money.
True and what is recorded in the Institute of National Memory, and they won this process or the quarrel with Mr. Babiš several times. So it's several times proved at the court, but now so it the entire conflict was put to the ministry because it's the Institute of National Memory is just the institution which is archiving the memory, not dealing with such conflicting cases. And maybe my last point, explaining a little bit this nostalgia, is also the problem in the early years of changes, of transition in Slovakia, when many people had the feeling that they are the losers of all these economic changes, and it really took years until at least close majority would say that the today's regime, so that means the post-November 89 regime, is better than what we had before. So this is also contributing to this nostalgia that, and okay, so it's objectively so, comparing to the Czech Republic, that the economic transformation was much difficult in Slovakia because of this socialist industrialization, which was absolutely not transferable. And I think that the social costs of the entire economic transformation were higher, but okay, so still the evaluation, the subjective perception of the situation was very often much complicated than the real objective economic situation of those people.
Yeah, okay. Would you like to comment on the...
On nostalgia.
You took a lot of notes.
Yes, I want to be a bit contrarian here.
Okay.
Nostalgia is not specific to Central Europe, neither to Central Europe nor to Slovakia. The whole "Make America Great Again" slogan is based on nostalgia, and it's
also the Brexit.
and Brexit. I served both in the US and the UK, and the Brexit also. It's somehow these two countries which profited from globalization the most were the first victims of globalization, in a way that the structure of the society has changed, and there was quite a lot of people who felt like losers in this process. And same happened here in this country, that the transformation from socialism or communism we had before 1989 to capitalism was painful for parts of a society. I think our problem, when I'm saying our problem, I mean the elites and the government, was that we didn't acknowledge it enough, and probably that's also part of the success of Robert Fico, that he was not only able to acknowledge that, but he was able to instrumentalize that and use it. So he's not a miracle worker, he's not a genius, he's just a clever guy in some situations. And so that's about the nostalgia. But what for me is, I got a question recently. Why is it so that you started with the same, on a similar level when it comes to legislation with Czech Republic? Because you are both successor republics of the Czechoslovakia. So how can you explain that there is such a huge difference with this affiliation with disinformation, that you are basically more sensitive to it, and you are basically more victim of disinfo campaigns than in Czech Republic? And I was thinking about it because this is a topic for a nice 2 days conference, but the easiest explanation is that they managed two things. They did some kind of educational reform after 1989, and they did a justice reform. And we terribly failed in this country in both. We didn't have an educational reform since 1989. Look at the history books, and it's not only that the history books are somehow very old, but we do not teach modern history in our classrooms. It usually ends up in 1968, in some cases in 1945. So the modern history is not taught. The people are not told what really happened by the authorities. Yeah? We have a very selective memory of our recent history, and I think it's a problem of the state that we didn't manage it.
Okay. I was going to do another round. We have many interesting questions, so I would like to get to that. I totally agree with you on the on the teaching of history. I just yesterday tested my 10-year-old in what they learned about Ludovic tour, and I wasn't happy. But that's what they were taught. So yeah, we definitely have a lot of room for improvement there. Okay, let's get to the questions, because I sense that it's going to take some time. Firstly, if someone in the audience here has a question, maybe we will prefer them first. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Hello everybody, my name is Blanka Zöldi. I'm from the British Embassy in Bratislava. I already asked this question before, but I would like to ask it again. Maybe I will hear a different opinion. If we talk about Russophilia and sympathy towards Russia in Slovakia, do we see any regional differences or not? And I'm asking particularly about Eastern Slovakia, and if you think that people in Eastern Slovakia tend to sympathize more with Russia. If yes, why? Is it because of history, religion, or what are the factors? Thank you.
Okay, would you like to take the question?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes, but it's not because of territorial closeness, but it's more about more severe economic and social situation, especially in some parts in Eastern Slovakia. But if we look on the public opinion survey, so we see education as something what is the very explanatory variable, and then also some cultural, so that means the tendency or the leaning towards authoritarian conservatism, traditional values. But I think that really the economic situation plays an important role. I was in Humenné last weekend for a debate about brain drain. And it was very interesting. Humenné is very drained, so many people left the place, and we were discussing also this, to what extent the perception or the susceptibility towards these Russian narratives are, and I was said from the local people that it's partially because people are feared, so they have fear because of losing some security, and it is partially, of course, social and economic security, but also security in a very basic understanding, so that means the values which are my values are still valid in the society, that I know where to get some services, so the situation with healthcare services, for example, with infrastructure services is very poor. So that means, yes, I was very long, but a short answer is yes, it has something to do with regions which are socially and economically more deprivated.
I totally agree. I would also say that there are cultural differences which contributes to that. But to defend Humenné, there are some people from Humenné whom I know and whom I met in the UK, in the US, who made it big in those countries. Let's name two of them. One is the famous composer Peter Breiner. The other one is famous photographer, Canadian photographer Yuri Deutsch. So wherever you are, you can make it big. It doesn't matter. You are not completely dependent on where you come from. You just have to have a will and some opportunities. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe small footnote that this is a more general problem of Slovakia and of those marginalized regions, because once many people, especially young people, educated, high school, university students, are leaving these regions, and who is staying there? So we are getting much more culturally homogenized societies, which are more traditional, more closed in mentality and in this cultural inward looking, and maybe then even more vulnerable to any kind of hybrid wars and disinformations and things like that.
I just want to add, what I wanted to say is that in regions like Eastern Slovakia, in towns like Humene, the people who really do have entrepreneurial spirits are there, and they are moving out. They are moving out because of the lack of opportunities there, and therefore the society which is there is more conservative, and I'm afraid that if we will not change our policies, we can become one big Humene.
Iconic place.
Thank you so much. Just a fun fact about me, I'm also from Humene.
This was not an agreement before.
Is it similar in Poland? Do you see regional differences in, and what are they? Tell us.
Well, as I said, we used to be divided in three parts, and it's still, visible during the elections. Maybe not that much, but you have a certain Eastern mentality and Western mentality. The funny thing is that the western part of Poland used to be German, and the Germans were expelled, and the Poles from the eastern part were taken there, and now they are the Westerners because they live in the western part of Polish, former German cities. And they simply soaked with, genius loci of those places, but they don't have, very Western roots. But they act like Westerners. And of course, there is the most important division in Poland is the city against the countryside. So the big cities, we are lucky as a state, comparing to Hungary, for example, that we have many big cities, not only capital, that could be isolated. So there were the fortresses of democracy, the fortresses of free thinking, and the countryside is conservative, sometimes very conservative, is rather reluctant toward Europe, very susceptible to the populism, to the propaganda. And according to the census, more people still live in the countryside than in big cities. So that causes political problems. But the cities are growing, and they are just growing behind the borders, and they are just the people from the cities are settling in villages, in small towns, being satellites of metropolis, and they're transferring this big city spirit to that place. So there's not a huge discussion in Poland, not about the LGBT, but about the partnerships. Should people of the same sex or the opposite sex be able to sign a partnership instead of marriage, or something like would be a quasi-marriage, something like that? And the Peasant Party, which is a member of the ruling coalition, says no way. Because for our voters, their traditional values are important. But I doubt it. If the people living in countryside, after these 8 years of this populist propaganda, they are still so extremely conservative that they didn't recognize the word has changed. The PIS propaganda was about that, was very nostalgic in that sense, that they wanted also to make Poland great again and turn back the history till the 60s, 70s, where everything got its proper place. The women were staying at home in the kitchen, the students were studying, the workers were working in Polish factories and so on. And I believe that people also recognize that that will never be back, and the Polish countryside is changing. But of course, the migration, there was a problem 10 years ago, where you have approximately 1 million Poles migrated to United Kingdom. So we are people to blame for the Brexit, for sure, because we were the aliens in Great Britain who just shattered the
That's
society.
such a Polish thing
Yeah.
to say. We are to be blamed.
But you know, but the human cost for the country. You suddenly lost skilled workers. You lost intellectuals. You lost researchers. They all moved to Britain, and that was a problem with the doctors. People studying medicine on the 4th grade got the opportunity to learn Norwegian.
Mm-hmm.
And automatically, having graduated, passed the exam, they moved to Norway to be doctors there. They already have some basics in the language, so the start in Norway is easier. So we pay for the universities in taxes, and they produce doctors for the Norwegian market. That's kind of, well...
Sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. There's problems of this part of Europe, but this is totally unfair, I must say.
Yeah, please.
Just a small note to this. When I was ambassador to Denmark, I was fascinated. There is a migration of nurses from Denmark to Norway. So I would, it was my idea that we should create a map of migrating routes in Europe of nurses. Because our nurses are in Austria or in Germany, then where are the German nurses and where are the, you know.
It's a chain reaction.
And the Ukrainians are losing by double, because there's a ship there.
Okay, so now I feel some nostalgia. I studied in the free Polish city of Krakow, so that's some good memories. Okay, any more questions? James, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you. I'm working with the Slovak Spectator. My name is James Thompson. Just an observation about what Mr. Blakowski had to say about the members of the Slovak government sending their kids to English-speaking, French-speaking schools. It's not just the Slovak government. The entire Russian elite does the same thing. So I think we can agree that a lot of the political and business elites, especially in Russia, but even here, are endlessly cynical about the way they approach these subjects. But I wanted to ask about... We've been talking about Russia and about our views of Russia and Russia's views of us, but obviously I don't think there are any Russians here. And I just wanted to ask how you think we should approach Russia in the future. I mean, I don't think there's any real way to engage with the current Russian regime, but from the point of view of diplomacy or academia or journalism, are there Russians that you have worked with or that you engage with even now that you think are the basis for some future relationship? Or are we, you know, the danger is that we treat Russia like Mordor, you know, from Lord of the Rings, and we just treat it as this evil, dark land where we can never find any kind of common ground? Or if not, how do we build those future relationships?
Okay. Oh, this is an excellent question because, and it's also a bit of a headache for us how to approach Russian society without approaching Russian government. And in a way, it's similar to the situation the West was in, let's say, 1988. How to approach the post-communist countries, how to approach the society without too much of a contact with their governments. At that time, there were several tools. There were Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Voice of America. So there were tools of how to influence the audiences in these countries. But I remember from 1988, the famous visit of President François Mitterrand in Prague, where he told that regime at that time, I want to meet with the dissidents, and it happened. But that was a different atmosphere. What we have with Russia now is that this is a pretty much closed society, informationally. It's really difficult to penetrate. Of course, we have a YouTube, but there are also some limitations. So it is a big challenge how to send a signal to Russia that we see the difference between Putin and Russians, and we see the difference between the corrupt elite and the society, because the Russians will be here, whatever will happen, yeah. And we have to work with that society to try to we have to try somehow, but also we have to make an absolutely clear message, clear statement that the current regime, because of the war in Ukraine, because of the way how they treat their own people, it's unacceptable.
So maybe, so we have Russian students, very few, much more from Ukraine, but we also have Russian. But when you ask this really very good and important question, so I recall my own experience 2 years ago. A student from Russia, but I think he was married to Slovakia, and it was already after the aggression to Ukraine, and there was the problem with visa for Russian citizens, and he said that I didn't vote for Putin, I hate Putin, but we are punished, or people like me in Russia are punished by the West also for Putin, so because they were not able to get out for the country, and he made the comparison between Czechoslovakia in '68 and Russia 2022, but of course I tried to explain the differences, but the feeling of huge unfairness from the Western countries, so this was there and was very difficult to explain somehow or to say something on this.
Bart, you're skeptical.
Well, I'm skeptical. Well, I just remember we had a conference, an open conference, public conference, in the day of the invasion with Adam Michniks, our editor-in-chief. Mm-hmm. And he said, well, I believe that Russians are against the war. I believe that Russia is different, that Putin and Russia are two different things. That there's a credo of Adam Michnik. Adam Michnik is a dissident. And he had a lot of Russian friends, Russian Democrats. Boris Nemtsov was one of them, killed 2015. Alexei Navalny, killed a few months ago, was also one of his friends. Anna Politkovskaya, killed 2006, and I could talk about them quite longly. Adam believes that there's a still better Russia, that you can't condemn Russia as a whole. You can't say that the Russia equals Putin, but frankly, this is my personal opinion, and I disagree with him. More and more time goes, and more and more we know about that, how Russia reacts and adapts to this situation. I tend to say that the number of so-called good Russians is smaller and smaller. And even if you ask Navalny about the Ukrainian question before the war, we wouldn't be quite happy with the answer he would give us. He was kind of, also maybe better imperialist than Putin and his cronies. But this, spirit of Большая Россия and Great Russia would be there. And now, if you listen to Vladimir Kara-Murza, he was released from prison with Ilya Yashin and with other guys. They don't get to the kneels begging words to forgive all those atrocities Putin committed in Ukraine. And when we learn about that, what happened there, we clearly see that the history is repeated, history of the Second World War, that Russia is like a Nazi Germany. And the atrocities there committed of the same scale, the genocide, kidnapping of children, mass execution, bombing of civilian targets. I could also talk about that in a lengthy way. And I don't see those good Russians to be, open to beg us to the forgiveness for the forgiveness.
What do we do with Russia? Like Mr. Blakowski said, it's not going to
what
go
we
away,
do,
so.
well, I can't imagine any cooperation with Russia, any return to business as usual with this country after that. I'm sorry, I personally simply can't. I would protest if anybody would try to discuss it openly. They need to, well, work well, this is like the Germany in 1945. Nobody was discussing what the idea in 1945 was to turn Germany into agricultural country, the Morgenthau plan. That was the idea. The idea was to shut thousands of German officers as a retribution for the crimes they committed. So I think that we are at this stage when the war is over and it's clear that Putin will lose that war sooner or later. There will be the question of the retribution for Russia, and Russia must pay for that. They have done. And there was a discussion in Łódź last week. There was a kind of festival there, and the Russian dissidents were also invited, and they also were presenting themselves as a good Russian. And there was a Ukrainian analyst on the SAL, and she said, "What the fuck are you? Are you good Russians? I don't believe that you are good Russian. Do you protest? Do you organize rallies against Putin's? Do you do anything to change your government? No, you don't. So you are not a good guys, and stop telling us those lies that you are any better than people who govern your country." And somehow you have to agree to that point of view. Of course, Russia will be there, maybe smaller, maybe divided, maybe less powerful, but there will be a challenge for us. But I don't see any possibility to return to any business as usual, to accept them as a member of the community of civilized countries after they done what they did. It will need a lot of time. I think that more time with us, with Nazi Germany.
Okay, so since you started with I will just ask one question from Slido, since you started with the historical parallels, and this is the question that people seem to be interested in the most, is whether the current situation resembles that before the start of the Second World War. So the way the West tolerated or ignored Russia up to today, is it similar to how the Allied powers before the war behaved towards Hitler? Is that an exaggeration?
Unfortunately not. It was Mark Twain who said that history does not repeat itself but often rhymes, and this rhymes. And there are passages of Mr. Putin's speeches before invasion and after invasion. You can clearly compare with the speeches of Adolf Hitler, and you will find a lot of similarities, including using the minority issues, historical rights, and things like that. I mean, sorry for that, but it is there. And there are unfortunately there are similarities, and I think we in this country, we should be especially sensitive to similarities with the Munich Agreement in 1938, and somehow sometimes I'm surprised how people do not think about it, and how people do not take it into their mind when they think about the Russia and all the revisionists which are in Europe.
Okay. Would you like to add anything to that?
Well, the appeasement is kind of similar. There was a lot of appeasement, especially when it started 10 years ago. But the most incorrect fact which is being given now is that the war started 2022. No, the war started 2014 when Crimea was annexed by Russia and the Donbass was set on fire by the Russians. And then all those attempts not to escalate, not to do anything which could provoke Russia to do something more. Russia went farther. Russia entered Syria. Russia did terrible things in occupied Ukraine. Before that, it was in Georgia. Russia started the hybrid war against the West, the Brexit, the Trump's elections, the referendum in Catalonia. Well, even in Polish elections, there are also traces of Russian influence. So it was clear that Russia was at war with...
Most recently, Moldova.
Yeah,
just yesterday.
We see that. Yeah, of course. There's a clear, and then it's been proven. And some gentlemen, from the West, they don't want to acknowledge that. And Well, I've been correspondent in Germany and personally knew Frank-Walter Steinmeier. And we had an interview with him in 2014. It was May, so before the Donbass, but after the annexation of Crimea. And I asked him the question, do you believe that Russia is our adversary? I didn't use the word enemy. And he said that we must do everything possible not let Russia believe that it is our adversary. And he clearly failed as chief of the German diplomacy, and Angela Merkel also failed in her Russian policy, which were kind of continuation of that what Schroeder was doing. And well, Steinmeier acknowledged his fault, but I don't think this is, well, something which should satisfy us. So appeasement then and now, it's also, well, similar, and probably get the same, well, psychological basis. They simply are afraid of the war, but that push the dictator further.
I mean, the desire for peace is natural, right? And that's also what is being exploited in the political discourse in Slovakia to exactly the ends that don't really lead to peace. So maybe that's one of the motivations you wanted to ask. Yeah.
Thank you. So you asked the question if the West was aware of the Russian sentiment. I will generalize it to Slovakia. Now, when the West is aware, what can the Western countries do to divert this attention to Russia in the time of huge misinformation and propaganda?
Well, that's an interesting question because it's sort of also what sometimes appears in the discourse in Slovakia is that the West should be doing something, right? So are we supposed to wait for the West to somehow save us from, if I can add that to the question? How do you view it from Poland?
Don't count on it. Simply, we begged the West and European Union to do something about PAS government when they are really harsh on free media, for instance. They were trying to just well suffocate free media in Poland, and were somehow successful in that. And we simply begged Commissioner Timmermans, Commissioner Jourova, and well, they didn't do that. The Germans are very, very keen on lecturing everybody in democracy. But when the democracy must be defended, they're also reluctant to ask because they are Germans and they can't lecture anybody because of their past. So I have a record of huge disappointment, and keep on repeating that in case of Poland, well, some EU institutions, some ranking EU politicians and officials simply failed to acknowledge the threat and to act, because they could have acted and they could have done more better. The only institution, European institution that helped Poland is the European Tribunal and Tribunal of the Human Rights. Well, the judges were quite okay. They did the verdicts, but of course it took time and the verdicts were ignored, and the Commission didn't get the means to enforce that the verdicts would be implemented. But apart of the judges, European judges, we didn't get much support.
Has that been your experience as a diplomat?
Yes, partly, yes. And I think what is important is that that the leaders of European Union and NATO will acknowledge that we are in a war with Russia, in a hybrid war with Russia, and we are very late in our defense and in preparations of what is needed to wage a successful war in this. We are basically late like 10 years in this, and it creates a lot of problems. The fact that we didn't react in time, or we were ignorant to some facts, we are paying for that now. And if we will continue on this path, that we will ignore things, we will pay even more. And that's the problem. We should stop somewhere and look around and do something.
Okay. would you like to?
Even after the aggression, I think that the reaction was very slow. So it took time. So now we see how much time was lost at the beginning of that, and then also the sanctions. Yes, it's a question itself. So how they are efficient, to what extent they are really harming the Russian economy and so on.
Look where we are in the debate now vis-à-vis Ukraine and the war Russia waged in Ukraine. We are afraid of escalation. In the meanwhile, Russia is escalating. They even are sending North Korean troops to Ukraine. It's scandalous. It's crazy as it is. But our reaction is, well, what? Another condemning of what? I mean, the only reaction to this is allow Ukrainians defend themselves with and as Churchill said, give us a tool and we will finish the job. They are getting tools too late and with limitations.
Okay, but just to get back to the question, I feel like we haven't really answered this, the question whether there is something the West can do vis-a-vis Slovakia, for example. Right now, should the EU or NATO be more engaged in the strategic communication? For we know that our government is dismantling the strategic communication of the state, more or less. Should we be relying on the international structures that we are part of?
No, we should be thankful for any kind of assistance, help, but guys, no one will do it for us. We will have it's our job. It's not like anyone will do it for us. We can be thankful for help, but this is our problem, and we have to deal with it.
Thank you. I would like to ask this question from Slido because it sort of brings us back to where we started about how the collective memory is developed. And so if you, Ms. Jarfashova and Mr. Vlachovsky could go back to the NATO accession campaign and think of the differences between the arguments that were used against the accession then, and whether they are similar to what we see now.
To a certain extent, yes. So maybe the arguments not, but the cultural and attitudinal background of the society did not change so much. But the question is always, so what part of the society is more mobilized and what part of the society is represented by the recent political elite? Yes? So because we usually have 2 or 3 Slovakias in one country. And to be more concrete, so the arguments at that time were, why do we need NATO? NATO is a military aggressive pact. Why should we be member of NATO? So we are safe. We do not attack anybody. So also the image of being attacked was in a very traditional military way. So no hybrid war at that time. So we are talking about 24 years ago. So then also this anti-American sentiment was very, very strong there. And yes, and the argument that the Cold War is over, so the Warsaw Pact was dissolved, so why should we join the opposite side? I think this was mostly, if you remember some.
Yeah, I remember that, and I agree with you. And one topic which came very often was why shouldn't we be neutral? And it's an anathema. It's repeating itself many times. I think many should have their final answer now. Yeah, there were two neutral countries before February 2022, named Sweden and Finland. They are not neutral anymore.
Yeah.
Why? Because of Putin, and because there is no bigger advocate of NATO enlargement than Vladimir Putin. He should get a prize for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is important also when we are looking on the geopolitical opinions or attitudes of the public. So we see clear pro-Western, so approximately 35-40%, then the clearly pro-Eastern, so we are talking about the Russophile attitudes, but it's a smaller part of the society, so it's not a prevailing pattern, of course. But what's a big part is this dream about being somewhere in between. So we even call them in-betweeners. Yes, so these are people who dream about neutrality is possible, that we also culturally are somewhere between East and West. And okay, so these from the storytelling, the golden middle road is a dream of many people also in these in these questions, and during the 1990s, I think that Mečiar's government was very much in favor of this neutrality. So the Switzerland was the dream country, not only because of that, but but it was then clearly said, it was a nice bon mot by Václav Klaus, whom I don't like, but he said that the third way or third road leads to the third world. I think that the unrealistic or that the fact that this was not an option, so that means this was by some politicians, so it was not clearly said. And last comment on this, there was an interesting alliance of anti-NATO politicians who were partially from the extreme right and partially from the extreme left. So they unified in this anti-NATO position, and they even organized a petition for having a referendum on joining NATO, which fortunately did not happen, so they did not collect enough signature for this initiative.
So one thing that comes to mind also as part of this rhetoric is the bridge, no? The idea, somewhat romantic idea of Slovakia being the bridge between the East and the West, and it's always fascinated me because it's you are the bridge, so somehow you are very important, but at the same time you don't really have to take sides. You can have this like little alibistic, position in the middle. It's somehow so Slovak to me. I don't know.
But this is Austrian model. So the Austrians built their identity upon this neutrality. Of course, it has different historical roots, but maybe as a model, so this was also very attractive for the Slovaks.
Now their former foreign minister is living in St. Petersburg, so
Is she? Yeah.
Let her
so
enjoy that.
There are many cases illustrating how Austria misused also this position.
You mentioned in-betweeners. We called the fans of being a bridgisti, because it was also a significant group. But to them, I always like to quote the former Czechoslovak foreign minister Jan Masaryk. To be a bridge mean that you will be stepped on, and in case of emergency, you will be blown up. So it's not that fancy place.
But also these ideas that sometimes come from some of the ruling politicians that we could be the ones to hold the peace meeting between Russia and Ukraine in Bratislava. That's also like, Bratislava, the bridge that brings them together. It's
it
very
happened once
powerful.
in 2005, if I'm
Yeah.
correct.
It's a very powerful motive in our collective imagination somehow. Any more questions from the audience? I feel like we are wrapping it up here a little bit already. So, is there anything more you would like to ask? I have on a final note, if you could just very briefly comment on this, because this comes up in discussions like this. In the past 2 years, and it's Ukraine as an example of resilience and of overcoming this hesitancy that we see in Slovakia. And in fact, Ukraine was a country before the war, like 10 years ago, with strong pro-Russian tendencies as well among part of the population, and things weren't very clear as they might seem to us now. And of course, what brought them together and brought the best out of them was aggression, the worst kind of motivator that you might have. Let's hope that it doesn't come to that for us, but do you still see a chance for our countries to learn in this respect from Ukraine? When you maybe talk to people that you know, Ukrainians, are they still this source of hope and
Well, we had this impression of Ukraine as a failed state before 2022. Well corrupted, not working, country of state of paper, made on paper, not very resistant, not very sustainable, and we are totally surprised by the sustainability of the society, the way the civil defense work. Sweet Lord, also in Poland, when the Warsaw get bombed, I don't know if we had enough shelters for people. They were just some looking for places, analyzing how many Cold War shelters are available. Of course, it's not enough shelters for everybody, and they managed to protect the population quite an effective way. They managed to defend the cities against air raids. They managed the mobilization, of course, with problems, but they defended that the Kyiv was to be captured in after 72 hours. And well, we joke over social networks that today is the third year of Kyiv being captured after 72 hours. So in terms of military is another joke we repeat among our Polish friends of Ukraine, that Ukraine shouldn't be able to join the NATO. The NATO should be able to join Ukraine, because the Ukrainians are the only Western force that has a war experience after Americans and Brits and French. So there's a lot of learn, but of course I wouldn't be so sure if all those divides in Ukrainian society disappeared. I think that is still there, and there's still some kind of civil Cold War between East and the West, and the Westerners. They don't really understand the problems of the East, where there's a war, where there's a constant shelling, problems with electricity, and so on. Well, when there is a peace, and I'm sure there will be peace on Ukrainian terms, they will face an enormous challenge of not only rebuilding the country, but also rebuilding the society that has been strengthened, that has been developed under extremely difficult circumstances, but still there'll be a lot of work to do. And well, even the presidency, the role of Volodymyr Zelensky in peacetime. I know it's kind of stupid to discuss it now, but we need to have it in mind that there could be also a problem with the leadership of the country, with the condition of the society. War is a terrible moment that corrupts minds and societies, and the scars are, for a long time. Let's look to our collective memories from the Second World War. How long did we live? So our generation was also somehow burdened by that. So there will be a lot to learn also from Ukrainians, and Ukrainians could also learn a lot from us, and hopefully that it will settle somehow.
So do you still see inspiration in the Ukrainian
Yeah,
example?
so definitely. So at this point, a huge admiration for also the unity of the country, because as you said, the country was divided before. I visited Ukraine several times, and really, so now I'm very emotionally believe what's going on there. And huge admiration also for that they are able to do some reforms even in this situation. And okay, so I hope that it will finish soon and with a sustainable peace, fair and sustainable peace for the Ukraine.
Mr. Wachowski?
I have a great admiration to Ukrainians. I think they learned a tough lesson in 2014 with annexation of Crimea, and they took it to their hearts, and they prepared themselves that something even worse can come. I will never forget my debate with the Ukrainian ambassador in Denmark, my good friend, just 2 days before invasion. And he was convinced that there will be no full-scale invasion, that it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It was, to him, it was completely irrational, and it was completely irrational because he knew his society, but Mr. Putin had a different information, and he really believed that he could take over in 72 hours. That was the plan. Fortunately, and thanks to Ukrainians, this plan didn't materialize. And to me, it's always the question if in 1938, when the whole Czechoslovakia was mobilized and ready to fight, and then the president called it off, what was the damage which was done to the psyche of people in Czechoslovakia? I think in this time we saw the example of the country which actually defended itself, and Mr. Putin probably created the political nation of Ukraine as anyone else. So, yeah, I wish the just peace for Ukraine. It will be very difficult. The society bear a lot of traumas and a lot of damage. Look at the infrastructure of Ukraine. I mean, this is a disgusting war. Yeah, it's not a sort of a classic war. They are basically attacking civilian settlements, killing civilians. I have no words for that, but the trauma and why they are doing it, because they think that this will bring Ukrainians to their knees, and I'm glad that Ukrainians are brave enough and they are not on their knees, and I cross my fingers, and we should help them because it's in our own interest.
Thank you. So we'll wrap it up here. This discussion was brought to you by the Eastern Frontier Initiative, of which SME Daily and Gazeta Wyborcza are members together with 3 other media. If you are interested in these issues, you can visit our website, the Eastern Frontier, easternfrontier.eu. Thanks again, dear guests, that you took the time and came to discuss things with us. Mrs. Olga Dziarfaszova, Bartosz Wielinski, and Miroslav Wachowski. And thank you for being here with us.